Let us pray. Thank you, Father, for today. Thank you for your blessing, and we thank you for your. Please bless us and please bless our speaker and our participant. We hope we hope with the conference we get the many blessings from our speaker, Mr. Izak and others, and we hope God bless us and help our connection. Thank you for today, God. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Terima kasih Ibu Sanje. Allow me to introduce myself, Yusmina Ereseba, and I will be your Master of Ceremony for the second day of the conference, guiding you through today's session until noon. Today is Tuesday, September 9, 2025. We continue the series of the first International Conference on Social Science and Religion Study 2025 with the theme Uncertainty Hope. We would like to thank all participants who have joined us via Zoom and actively taken part in this remarkable event. Before we begin, please allow me to share 5 important announcements for the committee. First, please keep your microphone mute at all times while the speakers are delivering their presentation. Second, kindly use the official virtual background provided by the committee through WhatsApp group. Third, attendance will be recorded daily during the seminar session. Fourth, the committee will share the certificate link via the WhatsApp group. Each participant is required to complete the form through the provided link. And finally, the committee will also share an evaluation link for the seminar. We kindly ask for you participants in completing it. The seminar will run from 9 o'clock a.m. actually, but it will be late and we'll finish on 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Central Indonesian Time, waktu Indonesia Tengah, featuring 3 main presentation. First, Meaning and Practice of Hope in Indonesia by Rev. Professor Izak Lattu, Ph.D. from Satya Wacana Christian University, Salatiga, Indonesia. Second, Meaning and Practice of Hope from Local Church Community in East Nusa Tenggara context by Rev. Elina Ottu, M.Ts. from Evangelical Church in Timor, Gemit. And third, Promoting Academic Mental Health and Hope in University Context by Friandry, Thoomaszen, M.Psi, Psychologist, Vrije University, Brussel, Belgium. To proceed efficiently, I'm pleased to inform you that our moderator for the second day remains the same as yesterday, Mr. Yeskel Saudale, M.Pak. Selamat pagi, Pak Yes.
Selamat pagi, ma'am.
Pak Hes.
Yep, selamat pagi, ma'am.
Selamat pagi. Your microphone is still mute.
I already opened my microphone, ma'am.
Oh yeah.
Do you hear me?
Sorry.
Hello.
Oke. Selamat pagi, Pak Hes.
Yap, selamat pagi, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. And he will guide us through today's session, including the three scheduled presentation. And I now hand over the session to Mr. Dieskel Sodale. Pak Hes, the screen is yours. Terima kasih, Pak Hes.
Yep. Good morning, everyone, especially our distinguished speaker. Welcome back to the second day of the first International Conference on Social Science and Religion Studies 2025. Yesterday, we were challenged to think critically about hope across theology, ecology, and global realities. Just like the previous common trait, hope is not passive waiting but active participation in building a better tomorrow. Today, we continue with a more contextual perspective, looking at Indonesians' national identity, the voice of local churches, especially Gemit, and the role of academic communities in promoting mental health and hope. As the Bible reminds us in Romans chapter 5, verse 3 to 4, suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character hope. May today's reflection deepen our perseverance and renew our collective hope as scholars, leaders, and faith communities. Before we invite our first speaker, allow me to remind everyone of a few essential guidelines. Firstly, each speaker will deliver their presentation in about 25 minutes. Secondly, we will then proceed to a 30-minute question and answer session. Thirdly, each session will end with the speaker's 5-minute closing statement. Fourthly, please ensure that your microphones remain muted and kindly refrain from drawing or annotating on the presentation screen. Fifthly, participants may submit written question through the chat box following the format pinned in the chat. And lastly, during question and answer session, we will also allow 2 to 3 participants to raise their question directly. So, uh, dear participant, it is my distinct honor to introduce our speaker in session 4, Professor Izak Lattu, Ph.D., Dean of the Faculty of Theology at Satya Wacana Christian University, Indonesia, and a member of the Indonesian Academy of Science. He earned his Ph.D. in the interdisciplinary study of religion from the Graduate Theological Union, University of California, Berkeley, under a Fulbright scholarship and completed a fellowship at Harvard University. His research focuses on interreligious engagement, collective memory, and folklore. A prolific author and visiting professor in Asia, Europe, and the United States, Professor Lattu brings extensive expertise in religion, dialogue, and peace buildings. Today, he will present on the theme Meaning and Practice of Hope in Indonesia, a topic that promises to expand our horizon and challenge our thinking in the context of the national level. With no further ado, I now invite Professor Lattu to take us into today's reflection. Sir Lattu, the floor is yours.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Sodale, for your kind introduction, and good morning for everybody. So I would like to share my screen now because I have 25 minutes. So okay, it's on. Yeah, can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, thank you for the invitation to participate in this very important conference. And I would like to share some of my ideas, research, and also reflection on the production of hope in multi-space based collective action and social interaction in, in Indonesia. As Mr. Sodale already mentioned about some of the concept of hope. Hope is not only passive waiting, but active action. And I will also touch on some of them. I'll go to hope in multi-spaces, including in hope from margin, hope in political structure, and even how our virtualisms now, digital spaces can also produce hope and help to strengthen fostering hope. And yeah, I'll also touch upon some of hope in our national tax, in our ideology, and how it can also strengthen hope, can produce hope, and also strengthen hope in our social life. You probably already explored some of the concept of hope, and also from last presentation, I think our presenters we already present about the concept of hope from philosophical ground. Hope come from the concept of Pandora, pan for all, and Dora is for Dora is for everybody. So this is like hope from everybody, from relation of hope already in theology. Christ itself as hope. But now I would like to help you understand some hope from sociological perspective, sociology of hope especially. And so we will see the encounter, or and then we combine this theological perspective, philosophical perspective, and sociological perspective as a one, and you make it interdisciplinary perspective, because this presentation is very much an interdisciplinary presentation or article or so. Yeah, so hope as a positive motivation, I take it from Snyder. With some of his friends, they put it like this: hope is a positive motivational let me go down, state that is based on an interactively derived sense of successful agency, goal-directed energy, and pathway planning to meet goals. So hope is actually a positive motivation that is based on interaction. There is no hope without interaction. And that's why agency, the concept of agency, is really important here. And it's bring us to Anthony Giddens' concept of agency, actors. It helped us also to see how people serve as an actor agency to bring hope to society. And hope is actually an action, a collective action toward a goals. What's your actually goals? What our goals that we can aiming for, we can hope for? So this is positive motivation, but also interaction. It needs agency, and also it needs a pathway. Then we go a little bit to hope as an active action, as mentioned by Mr. Saudale in the introduction. I totally agree. So Paulo Freire, in the Pedagogy of Hope, he also mentioned about the concept of esperanza and esperar. So esperanza means to place hope, and esperar is to wait. So what Paulo Freire means here, and I do agree with that, that hope is actually action. It is rather than only desire, it is actually action. Hope is not only esperar, but also esperanza, to place hope, to do action for hope, and action itself is an hope. And hope in also some sociological perspective and social perspective, like since Ibn Khaldun time with the concept of asobia in Middle East, Arabian society, hope is already lies within the social solidarity. When there is social solidarity, there is a hope. Also, Tunis mentioned about Sab and Sab in German society also bring the concept of hope. Emil Durkheim also mentioned about mechanic and organic person social system. Anthony Deckerfield, the Tocqueville in civic engagement, Robert Bella, civil religion, and Sukarno as a Marhanenism. So hope, it is tied up with social solidarity because it is an action, because it is an interaction. So I'll see hope as a part of social interaction. When there is solidarity, good social interaction, and we can produce hope, we can maintain hope in society. So hope requires social solidarity. From those scholars, we learn that real hope need strong social solidarity. I take this concept from Jeffrey Alexander, my professor in United States of America, and Jeffrey mentioned that there is a simple spirit. He didn't really mean the simple spirit of hope, but when there is a simple spirit, spheres that society bound by collective solidarity to every other member of the sphere, means that everybody in a society collectively bound in a solidarity, and there is a civil sphere, there is a place that we can produce hope and can strengthen hope in society. So civil sphere here, as he mentioned, that is characterized by respect. The first thing, respect, collective trust. Second, goodwill. This is the three important concepts in civil sphere. Respect, collective trust, and goodwill is actually things that we really need in producing hope, in preserving hope, and in hope itself. So hope needs respect, hope need collective trust, and hope need goodwill. When we come to hope as a social solidarity, hope as a social action. So Mangone in her article 2025 just recently, you see what she called a sociology of hope, transcendent the divides. So hope transcendent the divide. We have social divide, division in many places. Like today in Indonesia, we just experienced rally demonstration in Jakarta in the past weeks. And it is divided society. It's bringing division. But hope for Mangone here is the transcendent of divides. The perspective of sociology of hope places human being and their daily life at the center. The first thing is human being and their daily life at the center, means their action at the center. And more importantly, it's transcendence social, cultural, economic, political divides. It is really important that hope transcendent divides. Hope itu dia mengubah perpecahan di dalam masyarakat menjadi sesuatu yang baik. That's really important. Can be understood as a set of elements that allow both community and individual members of society to concisely and satisfactorily achieve their own completeness and fulfillment. So this is, So hope is really important in the sense that it brings toward completeness on fulfillment. So when there is a hope, there is a hope for completeness and fulfillment. Somebody can feel complete and fulfilled in the society when there is a hope, because it transcends the division in the society and bring community into one. So here, completeness and fulfillment can come into being when there is a hope. Remember, it's transcendence. It is reconciled. It's change the division, keretakan di dalam masyarakat into something important, into uh, completeness and fulfillment. When we talk about hope in Indonesia in social sense, we can also see what is people hope and what is political will now. And when we reflect on rally in Jakarta and other places, we see that political elites sometimes they hijack people's hope into another kind of political gain, keuntungan politik, dan ini dibajak. Harapan masyarakat, hope in society is hijacked. It has been hijacked by political will, not only political actors, but also sometimes political party. They change the political party into something else that we will learn probably in this next slide. But this is important that as a nation, we have hope. We have hope in our preamble, our constitution preamble saying that menuju masyarakat adil dan makmur. We want prosperous society. But instead of having a prosperous society, we have only prosperous elite that they can have gain richness, but society are trapped in poverty. So this is actually some of our challenge when we talk about hope in political sense, in social senses. We now our like we have poverty in society and gap, like see the poverty part and gap in our development. Again, if you check the census, like every year census, NTT, Maluku's province, Maluku and not Maluku, Papua, and all Papuans. Those provinces are the most like provinces that trap in poverty, while many others they are not in poverty, and also gap when you come to Salatiga, for instance, to Jakarta, for instance, you will see like how government built road, built everything to compete with Malaysia or Singapore, while in other places they only have developed one or two dams, okay, they develop one or two airport and that's okay. But here, like they have highway here and there. Like 10 years ago when we went from Salatiga to Yogyakarta, it will take us like probably 3 hours. Now it's only 1 hour with the highway. And also we have what we call in social sciences as kleptocracy. Kleptocracy means they like elite that take from our society. Klepto, mengambil sesuatu yang bukan haknya dianggap sebagai okay. So they take everything and they perform it, they show up with that. And it has created a fake democracy. Democracy, aim of democracy is to bring peace and prosperity to society. But we don't have that. We only DPR that have that. MPR, probably our ministry, our government, and executive, they also have that. Ini Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat. Jadi betul-betul kemakmuran itu diwakili oleh pemerintah. Jadi masyarakat tidak usah makmur sonde apa-apa, sonde makmur. Yang penting kemakmuran sudah diwakili oleh DPR. This is the fake democracy. We have a climate change, we have pandemic and disease, we have food and water problem, we have cyber security problem. See how Indonesian government put all individual data of its citizenship to America. This is also another sad news. Semua data kita, Om Yeska lupung data, Om Maria, Tante Maria, Om Arthur, Bapak Murad, Ibu Kurniawati, data semua ada di Amerika. Pemerintah Sukasina. This is what a kind of state is this? They have to protect us, not giving our personal data to other countries. So it is a kind of sad news. And this is also because of rivalry like giant rivalry between United States of America and China, and Indonesia is trapped in the middle. So this is also our problem of hope and solidarity. We have problem like really I'm worried. I'm former 1998 demonstration. I was student at the time and also organized some rally in Indonesia to crack down Suharto governments to bring civil supremacy. But now we have militarism everywhere, police and also armed forces. We have armed forces everywhere in civil position, start from government, governor to many. And this is also kind of militarisms that we have in Indonesia. In the past, we have only dwi fungsi ABRI. Now we have multi-fungsi TNI polisi. So what kind of reformasi is this? Somebody hijacked our democracy already. We have the citizen and denizen problem in Indonesia. Citizen is a full right of somebody in the state, so they call it a citizen. But Aristotle in politics also coined, making other concept called denizen. Denizen is like half. The problem of permission to build. The problem of permission to build religious buildings is also another challenge that we have in Indonesia. Not only in Java, where Christian, and Sumatra, where Christian struggle with permission to develop religious building, but in part of Indonesia, Muslim also struggle to build their mosque. So this is a problem of citizen and denizen that we practice in Indonesia, although we don't have that concept, but we practice it in our everyday life. Good governance and oligarchy, the concept that I said before, that some elite, they combine between political power with economic power and the power of weapon. So they have weapon, they have money, they have political authority, and they take everything. See land grabbing in Merauke, for instance. It's so sad. The problem of mining and tourism in Raja Ampat, it is very sad how they turn Raja Ampat, the beautiful Raja Ampat, into mining production. So yeah, we have so many problems in Indonesia that need hope in society. So how we find hope? So we can find hope not only in structure, but also in quotidian, in everyday life. Hope we can have found hope in our church, but it is not only the place for finding hope. We can also finding hope in society, produce hope in society. We can find hope in school, but it's not only the place that we find hope. We can find hope in our play, in everyday life, in friendship, in quotidian. So we can produce hope in many spaces in our society. National covenantal of hope. This is hope that everybody are equal. And I mentioned the concept of citizen, but instead of having equal rights, now we are put in like concept of citizen and denizen. While our founders, they already set up very strong foundation that everybody rights as a citizen and also rights for prosperity. We can have hope in like margin, in social margin. Put tourism as a civic engagement. This is in Central Java during my 7 years research in Ngaduman area. Like every Saparan, like annual ritual, people from different religion, they come, they have a food, they have tourism, and it creates civic engagement, very strong civic engagement in the area. Kitchen can play as a place where they can mingle around, they can share values and strengthen their social solidarity. In music, I have some music also. You can play it yourself. I send it the PowerPoint to the committee, and you can find it. Like music can also, like hip hop music, tabula ballet music, for instance, it can also bring hope. So hope is can place. You can find it everywhere, anywhere, and even in digital places. And this is really important. This is hope from Okomama hope, hope from margin. When we called about Okomama hope, we called about hope from margin. So Okomama reflects and symbolizes acceptance and openness toward others. When you come, somebody give you Okomama means somebody respect you, somebody accept you. You also accept somebody as a family. Okomama's materiality here serve as a cultural text. So text for hope is not only religious text, not only our political text, but it's also text of our culture to foster solidarity, social solidarity, and preserve hope in cultural life. Okomama preserving and reactivating meaning in vita activa et vitae, quoting from Hannah Arendt. In the people mnemotext, so text in our mind. When you come to somebody's house, they give you Okomama, you remember them as your family. And this is really important in our society, in Timor society and NTT as a whole. You have Okomama, I come to Sumba, somebody respect me, and I don't really eat siripinang, but they asked me only to hold the Okomama in Sumba. And it means that they respect me, they accept me as their brother in their community. And collectivism and can also serve in our society. Like you produce anything in many things in society, so in order to bring hope, like when national team plays soccer or when people work together, put that in social media, so it also can produce hope. In social media, we have contested narrative between trauma, between conflict and hope. But in order to foster and bring more hope, we need to post positive things that can foster our hope. This is the last slide of my presentation. So the production of hope in multi-space-based social interaction in Indonesia is here. You can find hope in our structural and political effort, but we can produce hope in our organizational relationship, many organizations, including religious organization. We can also produce hope in our everyday face-to-face interaction, including our culture, but also hope in our symbolic imagination in virtual public sphere. Through one click, you can produce hope. One click, you can bring hope to somebody else. When they are sad, when you click, to support them, you can also bring hope in their life. So this is multi spaces to produce hope, on only one space, but we have multi spaces, multi spheres to produce hope in our society, preserving hope, reactivating hope, and bring hope to our society. So that's all my presentation. Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak. Dengar. Ya, makasih.
Yep. Oh yeah, thank you very much, Professor Lattu, for that enlightening and thought-provoking presentation. I totally agree with you, especially Okomama. You bring us to connect with wisdom culture, and you that break down to us that so we can understand how Indonesian culture or Indonesian national level competences in the citizenship. And you notice before that how our government make a business in data of the citizens. They must protect our citizen data, but they just make a business with another country, especially USA. It's so noticeable for us. So for all participants, we now open the quick Q&A session. So you may send your question in the chat box or use Slido. And there are several question here. So I'd like to read some of them, and then Professor Lattu, could you please to give your feedback for this question? For the first question comes from STFT Inti Makassar, Evelyn. She asked, how can Indonesia embody a realistic yet transformative practice of hope at national level? What do you think, Professor Lattu?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bung Yaskal.
Yeah.
I think this is really a good question, how we embody the concept of hope in our national level. And as I mentioned before, that in our national text, our ideology, even the preamble of Constitution itself, we already put hope in terms of justice, equality, prosperity for others. So for all equal citizen. So our way, and this is actually my writing published by Baylor University Press, edited by Professor Kokwilan in political in Trans-Pacific political theology. And I say that okay. So I say that in our political theology, and when it comes to hope, we need to strengthen ideology in order to bring equal relation, equal rights for others. So our political theology in Indonesia is not to bring Bible into palace, not to bring the cross into palace, ke istana, but to strengthen our national identity, national ideology is already our political theology. And this is the politic of hope in Indonesia. So when we talk about politic of hope, we need to strengthen our national ideology, but also at the same time strengthen social relationships. So that's why friendship is really important. Friendship beyond border is really important because this is also part of our politic of hope. And the politic of hope can be, you can find it, you can strengthen it in the margin, like the Okomama politics. I think when people talk about Okomama, they never talk about the politics of Okomama, the politics of hope in Okomama. But Okomama actually bring the politics of hope in our society. The politics itself is not something negative. We don't have like pejorative meaning of politics, but politics in the sense that we create civic engagement, we create acceptance, we create solidarity. It is already politics. And when we talk about your questions, bring the concept of politics of hope actually in our society. And the politics of hope is really important in this situation. It is also links to Gary Nelwan question. Gary, you probably need to open your camera a little bit so I can see your face. So Gary
Yes.
question about like demonstration, recent demonstration, and the recent demonstration is actually part of the politic of hope. How society come together. They want to reclaim their hope that has been hijacked by our political elite. Like see our UMR national like rate of national payment is just like this, and but elite they have like really high payment. So this is like how we come together and reclaim the space. We come together and reclaim hope through rally demonstration as political hope, to remind the elite that wait, we have this actually. You represent us to bring hope, not represent us to enjoy hope or enjoy prosperity. Ya kan? Kalian itu perwakilan rakyat untuk menghadirkan kemakmuran bagi kita. Bukan perwakilan kita untuk menikmati kemakmuran. Kan? That's so that's why it's really important. So Gary, demonstration is actually political hope to reclaim space, to reclaim national tax, to reclaim the covenant of hope. I put it as a covenant of hope, the covenant of hope in our society. And this is really important. That's why rally like this is important. If there is no rally, there is no reshuffle of our cabinet. Unfortunately, our Menteri Keuangan ini kayak pung awi, orang Kupang bilang awi. Statement pertama saya macam merendahkan orang, hanya lihat citizen dari makanan begitu. Kalau lu makan lalu diam, bukan soal itu. That's not only demonstration rally is not only to feed our stomach, but it is to reclaim equal rights. It is reclaim hope in our society. Nah, dan jangan turunkan hope itu, harapan itu hanya pada makanan, because hope is actually action, hope is also motivation, it's a spirit. It is not only material being. We can gain hope through material being, but this is not only one thing. Kalau sudah ini makan cukup, makan enak, sudah diam. No, we don't want. Cepat-cepat reshuffle sudah, kalau bisa dalam 1 menit reshuffle dia. Cara komunikasi sangat merendahkan orang. No, we don't want political elite like that. We want somebody that respect others, and then we want that because this is already in our political text, our national covenant of hope. Yeah, gitu. I think that I answered those 2 questions already. I do hope. Yeah, I do hope that I address that.
Yeah, Professor Lattu, I got 2 points from your answer. For the first is strength. We God's call us, or we as a Christian, or we are as Indonesian citizenship, called to strengthen Indonesian ideology in politics, in everything we do. And the second is we strengthened a social relationship or social connection, especially in solidarity, tolerance. We can show respect to each other. And it's so when you mention about Okomama politics or the politics of hope in the frame of Okomama culture. I think it's inspire us. So we move to another question from Mr. From IAKN Kupang, Marlinche. She asked about what is the danger of false hope in Indonesia's national discourse.
Yeah, thank you. Minche or Rinche?
Marlinche.
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 This is also another very important question. The pulse of hope, kayak harapan palsu. That's really important because when speaking about Indonesian or develop the concept from Indonesian political text. Okay, thank you, Roberto. When we talk about hope from our national ideology, we have very strong foundation for hope in the context of, again, justice, equality, prosperity for all. When we talk about justice, we want justice for all. We want equality of citizen. We don't want any discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, groups, and anything. We want prosperity. This is not only one thing, but we want this together. And when, like our Minister of Finance, Menteri Keuangan, just recently, he take out prosperity from equality and justice. So he said that when he gave enough economic development for Indonesia, and it means that everybody will shut up, everybody will silent, everybody will just enjoy it. But this is only one. We have also equality and justice for all. Then we want that. Otherwise, I agree with you that this is actually harapan palsu. Then we don't want the PHP state, pemberi harapan palsu, negara sebagai pemberi harapan palsu. We don't want that. We want something genuine, and our political elite, they should learn from people from the margin, people who give Okomama and receive Okomama as a genuine way of respecting, genuine way of accepting, and genuine way of celebrating our life. And we want that. We want, again, in those concept of hope, we have trust. And trust is really important in our society. So we need to reclaim social trust. We need to also to remind our government about what is our genuine hope. And don't take equality and justice out of the concept of hope, because makan saja tidak cukup, because we don't only live because karena roti, kan? Manusia hidup bukan karena roti saja, tetapi karena firman, means logos inside us, means spirit, means the concept of justice. When you respect somebody, means that you respect the existence. It's not only touch upon somebody's stomach, but somebody's heart and somebody's mind. Yeah, when you give somebody's justice, means that you place them equal. It means that you respect the foundational idea of human being, and this is we want. This is things that we want. So we want every justice, equality, and prosperity together. Like see what happened in Papua, very rich place, but without justice and equality, it has become place of poverty. Itu provinsi pulau yang sangat kaya, itu ada uranium, ada emas, ada tembaga, ada segala macam. Kok orang bisa miskin tuh?
Ya.
Karena semua kekayaan dibawa ke Jakarta atau dibawa ke Amerika Serikat, terutama Jakarta dengan elit-elitnya. Lalu karena mana? Kalau itu kan berarti tidak ada justice, tidak ada keadilan, tidak ada equality. Orang cuma suka Papua pun tanah, tapi sonde suka Papua pun orang. Kalau Persipura main bola, nah orang lempar pisang, bilang monyet. Jadi, so we really want that the concept in our the politics of hope in Indonesia, begitu, M.Psi. Makasih.
Yep. Thank you, Professor Lattu. I mentioned that your answer may be related with the next question from Mr. David Ming. In the context, the question is, in the context of Indonesia under President Prabowo's administration, what does hope look like after the wave of public demonstration, and how can it be nurtured within the cultural and social realities of the nation? I think its connection with the last question. It's from Stefan from Undana, Nusa University. How do religious and cultural traditions shape the practice of hope at the national level?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for those questions. It's
Yeah.
another very important question in our discussion. I think religious leaders need to play their prophetic voice as well. Say something about what happened in Indonesia. We have many Christian looking for Christian perspective, either Protestant or Catholic in national level. They function as an important actor in political level. But some of them, they work only for their group or family. They also involved in many land grabbing in Papua. I just come back like 1 month ago from Merauke, and really sad because they took 2 million acre of Papuan's land, turned it into kelapa sawit. For who? For elite in Jakarta, and sadly some of them are Christian elite in Jakarta. So we want our church in national level, Christian Council of Churches in Jakarta, they already say something. But also, Synod must also say something, and also even congregation say something to to their political elite in Jakarta that serve as an actor in our national structure right now. So, but also like strengthening and learning from people in the margin, how like people in Ngaduman in Central Java, how they serve food in very genuine way. Everybody can come and serve food. They open their kitchen for everybody. They open their house from the guest room to the kitchen for everybody, and everybody can come enjoy life together. Like Okomama or our mama, those who waving, mananun, we learn from that like how they work to waving the fabric, bagaimana mereka menenun kain, and this is also the way we have to do to waving our life, to menenun kehidupan. And see people from Timor, when perusahaan come, corporation come, they want to turn Mutis mountain into mining places, and then for them they also protest, so say that stone there is actually our bone tree is actually our hair and anything that they can reclaiming what they want. And churches need to also learn. Our theology and theologian now, you are from School of Theology, and we don't only learn from scholar in the north, but also from society in our context, that they can also teach us many good lessons on how we produce hope, preserve hope in our society. So your question is really important. Your question is only, I see the question not as only as a question, but invitation. Invitation for our theologian, our churches to say something in this national context, to reclaim hope again, to prevent our elite from hijacking dari membajak harapan, hope di dalam kehidupan nasional kita dan juga kehidupan sosial. Jadi this is really important. So thank you for the invitation. The invitation is really important for us, and I think those two questions is actually invitation for us to step forward and say something in this national context. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Professor Lattu, our participants are interested in your answer or in your presentation. So there are many questions here. So let me read some of them from George, STT Jakarta, STFT Jakarta. He asked about how can hope inspire Indonesian youth in shaping the nation's future. We talk about youth. Please,
Yeah.
sir.
Let me try to, or if you can play the music there, the music from my PPT presentation, the hip hop music, the Solida rap music. Can you, if you can play that little bit, if somebody from the committee can play that, I can probably can also play that from here. Let me see, share with, I want to share sound as well. Let me do it for you then. See, okay. Uh-oh. Okay, wait. Let me play it for you. It's come, okay. So this is like how youth can also participate in this context, but taking example from this, yeah.
Salam saudara-saudaraku yang terkasih dalam.
Suara kedengaran nggak? You can hear the sound?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's clearly.
Tuhan.
Yep.
Firman yang ada di Maluku Utara.
This is for instance, like how
Islam ini rahmatan lil. Jangankan manusia walaupun perbedaan agama, kita sudah menyadari rukun antar atas lakum dinukum.
Sir Lattu,
yeah,
excuse me.
it doesn't
Maybe
work?
the sound is correct, so we cannot hear the sound.
Wait.
Yeah.
Now, how about now? Does it work? Wait.
Yeah, it's not clear, sir. It's not
Okay,
clear.
let me.
We can hear, but not clear.
Wait.
Yeah.
Can you hear now?
It's slow. It's not clear, sir.
It's
Still
not
not clear. Yeah.
Now? How about this? No?
It's little bit good, but still not clear, sir.
Wait.
Okay.
Kami berikan bersatu, jadikan kami Maluku Utara tetap satu.
Okay, it's clear, sir. It's clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Berbeda dalam cinta. Intinya bukan siapa dan apa yang dicinta. Itu dengan darah, cinta kita. Semua intinya penderita. Cinta tak akan hancurnya yang datang menerima. Karena ada satu pasrah dengan tanah. Adu domba provokasi dibutakan cinta. Darah daging tulang akhirnya hancur terpisah. Menuduh dia yang salah, dituduh yang salah, dipaksa untuk cinta kasih pada dia yang sama, akhirnya tak temukan, indah hangat pelukan, rata.
Okay, so that's an example of how youth can also participate in the production of hope, preserving hope and reactivating, reclaiming hope in our national level. But also things like I already mentioned about the clicktivism. Click can also your Facebook, your Instagram, TikTok, your platform, social media. You can use it also to produce hope, bring hope, and preserving hope in society. So the politic of hope is not only a business of our elite, but everybody in Indonesia, using the concept from my book published by Brill, Rethinking Interreligious Dialogue. So the politic of hope is actually the business of everybodyness. So everybody can produce hope. And also the business of manyness means we can have plethora, many tools, banyak sekali bentuknya, to produce hope, to preserve hope in society, and also to restore hope in society. So click can help. Performance like that through digital means can help. Why I choose YouTube and many digital means, because this is actually youth favorite. You really play a lot with cell phone right now, and if you can also participate in rally, and I really endorse my student also to participate in that. Like they can express their ideas, but also another way, like I mentioned before, is also ways means that you can employ to restore hope in society. Yeah.
Yes, Professor Lattu, as a young generation, I stand with your statement that youth have to showcase their creativity or dynamic their creation to promote hope, so that they can give or our young generation can give their voice and the action to the voiceless, to the people in margin. It's related with the next question. We have Valentino from IAKN Manado. He asked about, to what extent does hope operate as a moral framework for human rights advocacy in Indonesia, especially concerning issues of minority rights, gender justice, and freedom of expression? Please, sir.
Yeah, this is very important and tough question as well. So the framework, hope as a framework of justice for all, as I mentioned before, that in the national level, we have justice, equality, and prosperity, three important concepts for hope in our national level. And we want equality for all, equality in the sense of gender equality and also gender justice for all. We need space to accept people from different gender background, religious background. So when we speak about hope as a moral framework in Indonesia, we have the concept of, again, citizen, and citizen have equal rights, equal hope. So when we bring it into hope that everybody in Indonesia, when they become the citizen of Indonesia, they have equal hope. So the moral framework of this is like you, as long as you accept Pancasila as your highest morality in Indonesia in the context of politics, not in religious, but is in the context of politics, then the state should treat other people in the same rights. So this is actually the framework of morality. So there is no sense of majoritarianism. It is not democracy. When we talk about how majority rules for the sake of majority, this is majoritarianism. But when we talk about the winner of democratic process, lead, govern the state for the sake of everybody, that's democracy. So sometimes we bring these two different position, then sometimes we claim that majoritarianism is democracy. So that's why jangan bangun gereja di Jawa di satu tempat atau masjid di tempat lain karena tidak sesuai dengan kepentingan mayoritas. No, it is majoritarianism. We want democracy for all.
Yeah.
So so that's why as a moral framework, it is bring hope, it is foster hope, it is preserving hope, it is reactivating hope for everybody from different social context level spheres. Yeah.
Yeah. Professor Lattu, there is a different type of question, but I tried to summarize the last question here from Yosina, IAKN Kupang. She asked about in digital spaces often dominated by trauma and conflict, what strategies can help ensure that hope continues to thrive?
Yeah, sure. That's yeah. Digital spaces can also bring trauma to others, and now we have many social issues, mental health because of the digital virtual consumption. You like our kids today, teenager, they embrace narratives from many places, and some create anxiety in their life. But also, this digital platform can be placed for us to through clicktivism, through one click. We can bring the story of hope, like Tabula Bale at the time, the Tabula Bale in our national palace. And Tabula Bale is the music production from mix from our youth from eastern part of Indonesia, study in Jogja, but also mix it with Minang narratives. So in Tabula Bale itself, we find Indonesia already, the politic of hope of Indonesia in one song of Tabula Bale. Especially when Tabula Bale, the music of people, it plays in the palace, because the music of palace is not the music of people. The music of palace is hymn. Like Indonesia Raya is a music of palace, it's a hymn. But dangdut kind of all music that involving people dance is music of people. But when music of people enter into the palace during 17 Agustus National Independence Celebration, it means that we want to celebrate the narratives, the identity, the complexity, the plurality of Indonesia. So music production through digital or any digital means can be places to restore trauma. Sometimes we can, like people have a trauma, but they love hip hop music. Probably then through digital space, they can help the trauma. But I'm not from psychological background. I know nothing about the psychology, but what I believe that music can help to heal. Music can help to restore. And in the context of Tabula Ballet, music help to reclaiming our political hope in national level. Gitu.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your answer. We get that music cover up our voice too to give feedback to the government, especially in political concept. So, sir, excuse me, we have two last question. First from Uki Jakarta and the second from M.Psi, one of IAKN lecturer. So allow me to read the question from Joshua Uki Jakarta. What role does hope play in addressing corruption and governance challenges in Indonesia? And the second question from Ibu Sanche, what is the role of the younger generation in shaping a new meaning of hope within the political landscape in the aftermath of the demonstration?
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah. From Ibu Sanche first.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Sanche, for the question and how youth they also involved in the demonstration, and it is tied up. It's linked with the politics of hope. And in the history of Indonesia, youth always serve as a main actor for social transformation. See, 1995 during revolution, independence, and then right after independence, youth who take up weapon and they fought against colonial power. See, 1966, when youth also organized demonstration and they cracked down the old order or the lama and bring new order into power. Then Reformation era in 1998, that also youth also take a very important position. And right now, youth also try to remind, criticize. So youth in Indonesian national history play important role in shaping social transformation and also like reclaiming the political hope in society. So youth is the main actor. I will say the youth is the main actor of the politics of hope in Indonesia, either the production of politics of hope, or in preserving the politics of hope in Indonesia. So that's why I remind my student that you need also to participate, that this is the way we stand together as a nation to remind our political leader, please do not hijack our hope. Please do not hijack the prosperity, equality, and justice in our society. So thank you, Ma'am Sanchez, for the question. And it's also invitation for you, student. If you're a student here, there's also, and also young lecturer, it is also an invitation for all of us to say something and also to stand up and also to participate in the in the celebration of hope and the reminder of our political elite about what are happening in our society. The first question again, the corruption, I forget.
Okay, Prof. From Joshua Uki Jakarta, he asked about what role does hope play in addressing
Okay.
corruption and governance challenges in Indonesia.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Joshua. So if we go to the multiple spaces for as a production of hope in the political context, we need to remind our politician that our founder of the nation, actually, they already bring hope to society. The process of decolonization during the time is the process of taking power, because during the colonial time, the white Dutch, they are in the upper class, while us, we are here.
Yes,
So in this relationship, like taking work from Frans Fanon, they are in the sphere of being, while we are non-being. Like, see some story from Surabaya, or from South Africa, because we are colonizer by the same master, Dutch at the time. And it is said that white dog can come to a coffee shop, while indigenous people not. So see, this is white Dutch, this is their dog, and we are here during colonial time. So our national ideology bring us here that we are equal now. We are human being now. We are now being, not only half being. So as a being, this is brings hope in political life. In organizational concept, we have churches, we have Muslim organization, Hindus, Buddhist organization that need to also tied up with our political concept, because using concept from some of our our senior scholar like Pak John Titalay or Pak Eka Dharma Putra or Soekarno himself, TB Simatupang, Rumambi, they already see how we come up from the entity of half being into being is already theology. It is already the work of God to bring community together, bring everybody together, bring us to equal citizenship, means we are experiencing the miracle. And ya, kita sudah menikmati yang namanya mujizat ketika kita yang sebelumnya setengah manusia, ada di bawah anjingnya orang kulit putih, sekarang menjadi manusia seutuhnya. Dan ini harapan, hope yang sesungguhnya. Dan hope ini sebenarnya pekerjaan Tuhan, dan teologi kita, our theology need to respond to this. Our theology needs to respond to this. Our theology needs to use this text as a text of theology as well. When we text, we see our theology, then not only use our Hebraica, Hellenistic Hebraica text, but we have our Indonesian text that God already worked. Tadi ya, lihat ya. Sebelumnya waktu zaman kolonial, orang kulit putih di sini, anjingnya di sini, baru kita ada di sini. Ketika kemerdekaan, kita semua ada di sini. Dan ini mujizat sesungguhnya. Nah, gereja, teologi, sekolah-sekolah teologi juga harus merespons hal yang sama untuk kemudian mengingatkan teologi kita dan mengingatkan, remind our theologian and our congregational member that we are actually here. Do not also trap in the minority syndrome. Oh ya sudah, yang mayoritas dong, nah dong mayoritasnya dong di atas ketong di bawah dan apa-apa. No. As a state with equal citizen, we are in the same. So we need to do that. But also in our everyday relationship, like the Okomama theology, the Okomama politics, yeah, the Okomama text in our mind. It also reminds us that we can create family only through having something inside the Okomama. So the inside of Okomama should be out. It's in order to really understand our theology in cultural texts, in order to see that even in our cultural text, there is a hope that we need to bring it out. The isi of Okomama, the siripinang of Okomama need to come out in order to, saya baterai saya habis, aduh, to take it out. So then we have also in political level, we have our text of hope. In our theology, we have text of hope. In our culture, we have text of hope. Even in digital life, we have also many texts of hope that we can use it as a way to fight corruption and also discrimination. So corruptions, why people do corruption? Because they think that they are, first, they have rights to hijack. They have rights to do kleptocracy, yeah? And nobody can touch them. So they are here while everybody are here. No, we need to bring the theology, remind us that if when you are there as a political actor, you are actually the actor of Christ if they are Christian. Kasih ingat mereka bahwa ketika mereka menjadi aktor politik di Jakarta, for instance, atau di Kupang, mereka bukan hanya aktor politik, tetapi juga mereka adalah aktor Kristus, aktor kasih, aktor harapan yang harus diingatkan setiap saat. If we talk from political, from theological perspective, yeah. And also this discrimination, remember that we already, as a Christian in national level, we already in the equal position. Also in Christianity, we are no longer sinner. Kita bukan lagi dianggap sebagai hamba saja dan bukan hanya pendosa, tetapi orang yang dikasihi oleh Kristus, dan karena dikasihi oleh Kristus, maka relasinya diletakkan pada relasi yang sama, terjadi proses rekonsiliasi. Dan karena itu kita ada di dalam sebuah harapan yang sesungguhnya. Nah, harapan itu ketika orang masuk ke politik harus diingatkan oleh gereja. Our problem is we don't really talk about the political theology. When somebody come into office, gereja-gereja kita tidak mempersiapkan mereka dengan teologi politik gereja atau juga konseling politik yang sangat penting sekali untuk mereka. Akhirnya yang terjadi adalah begitu banyak, namanya boleh Ebenezer Immanuel, tapi kemudian korupsinya begitu banyak. Padahal namanya sudah Tuhan beserta kita. No, that's the problem. I mean, we don't really do our political theology, help them with political theology. Counseling politics itu ya, counseling politik untuk mereka yang masuk, pengutusan politik itu juga perlu supaya mereka sadar, mereka tahu bahwa ketika mereka masuk ke parlemen atau ke kantor kementerian, mereka adalah hamba-hamba Kristus yang bekerja untuk kepentingan bersama, dan itu yang harus diingatkan. I think this is the homework of our churches and school of theology is to remind our elite about this, including my homework as a scholar in sociology of religion and theology, to strengthen these narratives in order to help our political elites. Yeah, so Bung Yeskel, I think that's all from me. Baterai saya habis.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lattu. While you prepare your laptop charging, allow me to. Oh yeah, that's okay, sir. That's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Yep. Allow me to maybe summarize the question and answer session. So we got many points or valuable points from you, sir. You bring us to know that when we call or when we talk about hope, we talk about justice, equality, and prosperity. So we cannot disparate the main point of the hopes ordinary, and we as Indonesian citizens, we have a responsibility to stand firm to showcase our wisdom culture. We can promote justice, equality, and prosperity in our field, in every field or in any field of our lives. And we can show to the world about the beauty of Indonesia. It's the first point. And the second point, we are not just the actor of political or the actor of citizens of Indonesian or of our regency, but we are the actor of Christ ambassadors, or we are the actor of the agent of love. It's so inspiring us. Thank you for such a dynamic discussion. So, Professor Lattu, to conclude our session or the fourth session, could you please to deliver a closing statement highlighting the key insight for us? The screen is yours.
Thank you, Bong Yaskal, for also very tight and meaningful summary. I like it. Yeah, I mean, as a start from your concept, like I mean, as an actor of hope, the production of hope is the business of everybody, everybodyness, and we can use manyness. The concept of manyness in my book and everybodyness in my book as a concept of how we produce hope, how we bring hope, how we preserve hope, how we reactivating our hope in many places, start from our political context to theology, churches, social organization, into quotidian everyday life, cultures, and in digital platform. So as long as you have hope, you bring hope, you produce hope, you keep hope, and help others so they can have hope also in many levels, from structural politics to digital platforms. Yeah, so then that's invitation. This is an invitation as a Christian to bring that to our society. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thanks for Prof. Lattu for the wisdom share and all participants to your valuable engagement. So I invite all participants to please press your button react. Please react or give your react to the Prof. Lattu as our appreciation for the inspiring material from Prof. Lattu. Thank you. So, okay, dear all, this session has reminded us that even in times of uncertainty, hope is both our anchor and our compass. With that, I now return the program to our Master of Ceremonies. Thank you. Okay, maybe our committee have technical issues. So, dear participants and distinguished Prof. Lattu, could you please to, especially our participant, could you please to open your camera, turn on your camera so we can do our screenshot for the profile. Okay. We have several screen here. So in countdown, 3, 2, 1 for the first screen. Okay, thank you. Please show our face as that's because we bring the hope to the words. So okay, 1, 2, 3 for the next slide. Okay, thank you for the last slide. One, okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yep. Thank you for your participation. Prof. Lattu, thanks a lot for everything you
Okay,
have
thank
done
you.
in our conference, international conference. So we maybe take 5 minutes to move to the next agenda, especially for session 5.
Thank you, Tino.
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye, sir.
Bye-bye.
Makasih, Bu.
Ya, sama-sama. Ya, bye. Dah.
So dear participants, we maybe give you 5-minute breaks to prepare for the next agenda, especially for the fifth station. Thank you.
Selamat datang di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, tempat di mana masa depan dimulai. Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang merupakan satu-satunya perguruan tinggi keagamaan Kristen negeri yang berada di gerbang selatan Indonesia. IAKN Kupang beralamat di Jalan Kejointuan, Kecamatan Maulava, Kota Kupang, Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Pada awalnya, IAKN Kupang didirikan dengan nama Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen atau STAK. Kemudian beralih status menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Negeri atau STAKEN, dan pada tahun 2020 beralih status menjadi Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang atau IAKN Kupang, dan terus berkembang sesuai dengan visi terwujudnya sumber daya manusia yang beradab dan unggul.
IAKN Kupang,
Di Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, kami menyelenggarakan berbagai program studi unggulan dari berbagai bidang keilmuan.
IAKN Kupang, program studinya terakreditasi, dosen dan tenaga pendidiknya profesional, tersedia beasiswa prestasi dan beasiswa tidak mampu, juga memiliki fasilitas lengkap dan modern. Ruang kelasnya ber-AC, ada perpustakaan, dan ada ruang lab musik yang lengkap dengan berbagai jenis alat musik, lab konseling, lab micro teaching, dan sebagainya. Para lulusan terserap di dunia kerja.
Ilmu dan pengalaman di kampus ini sangat berperan dalam perjalanan karir saya.
Di IAKN Kupang, ilmu dan pengalaman yang saya dapat berperan
And practice of hope from local church community in the East Nusa Tenggara context. Our speaker for this session is Reverend Elina W. Ottu, Master of Theological Studies, who will share how the church in East Nusa Tenggara embodies and practices hope in the midst of daily struggles. Reverend Elina earned her Bachelor of Theology from Wacana Christian University, Kupang, and her Master of Theological Studies from Eden Theological Seminary, St. Louis, USA. Currently, she serves as a pastor in Gemit Petra Nifu Petu, East Molo, and has contributed as a lecturer, researcher, and activist for justice and gender equality in Eastern Indonesia. Reverend Elina has also collaborated with UNICEF in COVID-19 response of programs and published theological reflection on youth, ecology, and human dignity. So, respected participants, please join me in warmly welcoming Reverend Elina to deliver her presentation. Reverend Elina, do you hear me, ma'am? Reverend Elina, yeah, could you please to open up your mic? Yeah, thank you, Reverend Elina. Time is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Please give me some time to set up some of the technical issues here.
Yep. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Not yet, ma'am. Not yet.
Yeah, okay. How about now?
We still not seeing your screen. Oh yeah, okay. It's already, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
But still in process. So we just see the black screen and okay, already, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hello everybody. Thank you very much for the moderator to lead us for this meaningful conversation and the international conference that invite me to be here. What a joy and honor for me to attend this distinguished international conference. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Faculty of Social Science and Christian Religion of the State Christian Institute of Kupang for giving me a chance to learn together with you all from yesterday until today, and then to share some insights from my experience uh, of cultivating hope alongside local church communities in East Nusa Tenggara context. So, friends, of course, we can learn about hope from books or from other well-known theologians and scholars. However, in this presentation, I invite us to shift our attention and consider the local people as subject in doing theology, those who we meet in everyday life uh, as our friends, as our partners of doing theology together. This approach resonates with the thought of Asian contextual theologians such as Soan Seng Song, who is a very popular, and some of, I think many of theological students read his books when we study theology. For him, theology is about telling the story of God in the story of the people. So when we listen to the stories of people and how they create hope in their everyday life, then it means that we are doing theology from the grassroots level. And then in a similar spirit, theologians from East Nusa Tenggara province, such as Pastor Mary Colimon, I think you know her well, um, she said that the gospel as the good news of God both challenges and enriches culture. Culture must be approached with an attitude that is both positive and critical. We are called to reject the negative aspects of culture while also embracing and celebrating what is good that we can find in the culture. So it means that we can do the theology from our local context with uh, our friends, our brothers and sisters in our communities. And then what we have to have in our mind is that we can learn something, but we have to be critical too. So I start with the challenges faced in East Nusa Tenggara context. So the global, national, and local issues are interrelated. For example, the problems like climate change, economic inequality, gender-based violence, forced migration and human trafficking, economic disparity, political instability, high rates of stunting, water scarcity, low quality of education, seasonal uncertainty for farmers, limited healthcare access, and even infrastructure development and other problems are happen in the global and national level, but also impacted to the local people in East Nusa Tenggara. So, in addition, there are community-specific issues that happen in my village, for example, which is the inheritance disputes like people try to claim the rights of the land, and then sickness or illness, land and livestock conflicts, and the social impact of migration. And some of the people are victims of human trafficking. So the people of East Nusa Tenggara um, that I will talk later have lots of problems, but also we have lots of the richness of identities within us, because we know that entity reflects Indonesia's pluralism with its rich diversity of languages, cultures, religions, church denominations, um, and distinct ways of life shaped by geography. Uh, the diversity gives rise to varied approaches in facing life's challenges. For example, the people who live in coastal areas may respond to difficulties through rituals tied to the sea and marine ecosystem, while the agrarian highland communities may turn to the mountains, rivers, or other local natural elements in their spiritual practices. So, given this complexity and limited time available in our meeting today, I will focus on one specific culture which is the Meto people. So the Meto people that I will talk is the Timorese people who live in the South Central Timor Regency, East Nusa Tenggara Province, Indonesia, and the Meto Christians, or we can say the Timorese Christians who live in TTS, Kabupaten TTS, because I serve at a local church in one of the district in this region. So friends, the Meto Christians are divided into three sub-ethnic groups: Molo, Amanuban, and Amanatun. While Indonesian serves as the national language, the Meto people primarily use the Dawan language in their daily communication, with slight dialectical variations among the three groups. As a pastor served in a local church in Konbaki village, which is in Poland sub-districts, maybe some of the students from IAKN are from my place too, because I know some of my members of my church are study at the IAKN. So in my village that I serve now, the people or the community is a blend of all three sub-ethnic groups, and also some of the newcomers living together with us there. So because of this, there are many ways that we can find out how people challenge the situation, the problems that they experience in their daily life. But also, I want to invite all of us here to focus on the Meto perspective.
Recording in progress.
The Meto perspective, especially that we can learn from the rituals of Timorese people. So this presentation focuses primarily on how the Meto or Timorese Christians express the hope in their interpersonal relationship with God and with other elements of creation. While acknowledging that ritual expressions of hope may vary depending on individual background or sub-ethnic identity, my presentation now highlights common practices shared among Meto Christians across the subgroups. It is these shared elements that form the core of this theological reflection. In rural areas like where I serve now, people's hope is deeply shaped by geography and social dynamics. Most families depend on subsistence farming and livestock raising, livelihoods highly sensitive to environmental condition. The term meto means dry, derived from the nickname Atoni Pah Meto, literally means people of the dry land. So living in the Timor Islands as Meto people, it means that we are living in a place that it is dry land and living in mountainous, arid region, and sometimes we face unpredictable weather alternating between heat and rain. So yeah, it's also related to the climate change and other problems that may influence the productivity of local farmers when they grow up their corns and other plants. Sometimes they experience the crop failure because of the situation, and other problems inside their family or community that make them feel uncertainty, and it means that they need hope to continue their life and to survive in this world. So, friends, social tensions also happen, like issue the gender-based violence, domestic issues, like and also human trafficking. Those problems are happen everywhere, including in my in the area of Timor Tengah Selatan. So people are looking for solutions, and thus hope persists. We need hope to find out the solution. In the context of pre-Christian method communities, in the pre-Christian method worldview, nurture hope through cultural rituals that connect them to spiritual and cosmic realms is something that is they are doing to create hope. So I will give you some information here about the cosmology of the Timorese people, that is consists of 3 levels. The first one is Nenotunan, which is the sky's realm, the realm of the supreme deity known as Wisneno, the ruler of the sky. And the second level is Pahnitu, the realm of ancestors. And the third one is Pahpinan, the realm of humans and other created beings. So according to the pre-Christian method worldview, we are living in Pahpinan, in the world, together with other creatures. It means that human beings are responsible for maintaining harmonious relationship with Wisneno, ancestors, and other creators. Disrupted relationship can result in sickness, failed harvests, or crop failures, loss, accidents, social conflicts, or even death. And that's they are the problems that the Timorese experience. So all of these problems can lead to emotional, mental, and even physical crisis. Yet the method believe this they can restore their situation. They can get out of these difficult situations that they experience by doing traditional rituals to maintain the harmonious relationship among the sky ruler or Wisneno with the ancestors, and also among between human beings. So the Meto people honor ancestors through memorial Thanksgiving services. They often light the candles at graves, maintaining the traditional communal house, and they also do some like Thanksgiving services to invite pastor come to remember their ancestors. They also experience the connection between Christianity and cultural when Meto people became Christians. So the situation a little bit changed here when Christianity was introduced into the local context. The traditional concept were not discarded at all, but the cosmological view of the pre-Christian Meto community were reinterpreted. For example, God the Father is understood as the creator, and they call God the creator as Wisneno, while Jesus Christ is called Neno Anan, literally means the one who come from Wiseno. And Jesus is also understood as the ancestor who heals and assists those who are in distress. This ancestral notion aligns with Pauline theology, where Christ is described as the firstborn among others. You can see in Rome chapter 8, verse 29, and Colossians chapter 1, verse 18. Meaning of hope. So, in the Meto vernacular, the term for hope is tapaen, means hoping in the Lord, but also with an awareness of the need to act. So, we are hoping to God to do something for us, but we should do something to help ourselves too. We cannot just be silent, or we cannot just sit down and do nothing. We have to do something. That's the meaning of tapaen, which is harapan in Indonesia. But it has a deep meaning when spoken by Timorese people. Other words that means harapan or hope are afnekan or tafnekan, and mostly used in the Bible. The Sulat Nino Beno Alekot, which is the translation of the Bible, Indonesian Bible, to Timorese language. So afnekan and tafnekan are two words that are mostly used in the Bible, in the Timorese language Bible, and the two words point to a deeper surrender in trusting God aids completely. So it means a totally surrendering ourselves to God. All of our selves, all of our problems are given to God, and let God decide what should we do. So it means that the two words afnekan or tafnekan means the hope for God uh, to do something for us with a complete surrender. So, brothers and sisters, and also we can find the signs of hope among the Meto people or Meto Christians in various rituals commonly practiced within the communities. The first one, as mentioned by Professor Izak Lattu in the previous presentation about Okomama, which is the tradition to offer the some of the like siripinang, betel nuts, and to welcome people. It is a hospitality expressed by Timorese people to greet people and to welcome them as part of us, as our brothers and sisters. And the second one is Natoni, which is a ritual of expressing hopes or needs to guests or other parties. So when some guests are coming, for example, at the church, then some of the elders will come and say like poems or narratives like that, and they will say it uh, to the guests and deliver the hopes that hopefully the guests are coming to bring good news to us, to be with us, not only to be here, to present here, but also together with us to be in a good relationship and to reach the goal of the events that we are doing. And the third one is naketi. Literally, meaning of naketi is to put back in its place. Naketi is a ritual interpreted in Christian faith practice as confession of sins. And the fourth one is cooling ritual, or in Indonesia we just say ritual pendinginan. Usually people do this when we have like new items, new purchase items, and we want to pray for those items like cars, motorbike, or other items in our house. Then we invite presbyters or pastors um, to come to our house and do Thanksgiving service, and uh, we use water to do the cooling ritual. It means that we thanks God for all the blessings that God has given to us through the items, through the new items, but also we hope that the new items will give us benefits and will bring peace, will bring more blessings to our families. And the next one is Helketa. Helketa is a traditional ritual that involves the pulling of palm reels, lidi gewang. So typically, Helketa ritual is performed at the river bank. And this ritual is carried out by the extended families of a couple who are about to marry. But with a specific condition, because their ancestors in the past, maybe they were in conflict, in war, they didn't have a good relationship in the past. So before the new generation now want to get married, then they have to do Helketa as a ritual to reconcile two sides of a family. And then we do have Thanksgiving worship related to life cycles and work cycles. The Thanksgiving worship related to life cycles, for instance, bringing a child to God's house, to the church, which is the ritual of Napoitan Liana. We bring our child to the church for the first time, and pastor will pray for that child from the pulpit. And then we also have like, Thanksgiving worship or services when people when somebody in our family passed away, and all of the situation happen in the life cycle. Usually people do the Thanksgiving worship. And there are also Thanksgiving worship related to the work cycles. For instance, when the Timores or Meto people want to have a new fields, they want to start planting, and they have seeds to plant, and when the harvesting time and all of the situation, they will invite pastors or elders to come and do the Thanksgiving service. So, friends, I have provided only a brief explanation of these rituals. So if you are interested in exploring more of these rituals, you want to study one of these rituals, please. But you can also compare the rituals with your own context. Maybe there are similar rituals, or maybe they are different but significant for you to study on. So I also give two thoughtful questions. The first one is, what happens when hope is not fulfilled? The Meto people have a way of responding when their hope are not realized. I was once personally visited by a woman whose husband died of cancer. She came to the church, and she brought her offering prepared from home. And together, she and I, we prayed to just to thank God for everything that God has done, including when God took away, her husband. The death doesn't separate the woman from the love of God. That's what she believed, and most of the Timorese believe. That's why even somebody passed away, they still do the Thanksgiving service or Thanksgiving prayer. And then at the moment of praying together, she asked me to pray. Hopefully, the illness or the cancer would not continue to affect their children and grandchildren. So, prayers like this are also commonly done on the fourth night after a burial. During the fourth night service, the family gathers to pray together, giving thanks for what has happened, asking that suffering, illness, or misfortune affecting by the disease will not continue to their descendants. An elder called the Atoin Amaf, the deceased maternal uncle, opens the deceased bag. Inside of the bag are betel leaves, nuts, siripinang, money, and other valuable items belonging to the deceased, to the person who passed away. Then usually they share all of the items belong to the deceased people. So everybody, all the members who present at the service can get something. And usually pastor also receive one of the items from the bag. This is a symbolic act to keep the memory of the deceased still alive and maintain unity within the family. Another practice is that when misfortune happens, such as crop failure or other problems, usually people bring their offerings to the church, um, and they ask for prayers, and the pastor usually pray uh, while considering that we trust God, and we trust that God will do justice among us. And then, friends, the encounter between a Christianity and local culture often causes different reactions. Practices like maintaining relationship with ancestors sometimes create tensions with Protestant beliefs. Some pastors see memorial services held on the 4th or 14th or 100 nights after a person died as ways to remember the deceased and not to worship them, but to honor the faith and love that they share when they alive. However, there are also pastors who think that these memorial services are a form of syncretism or simply just showing their weakness in believing God, the weakness of faith. So we must honestly admit that sometimes we don't focus on the real needs of grieving families. Instead, we get caught up in arguing whether these practices are right or wrong. This can lead to refusing to provide care or accusing each other of mixing culture with Christian values. As a result, people who are already sad and hurting, and they don't find hope, but instead get more pain, causing problems between people who are still alive. So this is a big challenge for those of us who serve um, the church, like as pastors. And because of that, raise a question. Can we truly separate our Christian identity from the culture in which we have been born, raised, and deeply rooted? My short answer is, of course, not. We cannot separate our Christian identity from our culture. So, by presenting this presentation, let us learn together how to serve the community, how to interact with the people, and face, how to live in our own cultures that make us respect our Christian faith and biblical values, but also still honor our cultural values. So that's the point that I think I want to give for us to think of. And then because of that, I have noted several theological understandings that emerge from the living encounter between religion and culture, especially for this presentation. We try to find the cultural uh, practices through the rituals and how they connect with hope. The first thing is hope as an expression of faith in God's grace. For the Metho Christian community, hope is inseparable from its deepest root, which is faith in God. Hope and faith cannot be separated. Faith in the living God revealed in and through Jesus Christ. So when we have faith in Jesus Christ, means we have to have hope that Jesus Christ will redeem us, will help us, will bring us out from our problems. That's what the Metho Christians believe. Also, the second one is hope is relational. In Timorese tradition, relationship is a foundation of life. Hope is understood not merely as a vertical relationship between humanity and God, but also encompassing horizontal relations with fellow human beings, with ancestors in the past, and with the cosmos, with the nature. The Meto people live with the awareness that humanity is not created apart from other creators, but as part of a cosmic relational network that must be preserved in balance. And the third one is hope is a prophetic and risk-bearing act. Amid social injustice, structural poverty, and widespread suffering in many rural communities, hope cannot be divorced from the courage to act, even when our actions can put us at risk. In Timorese culture, which esteems bravery and solidarity, to hope means to defend the vulnerable, to speak the truth, and to confront risk for the sake of justice. From a Christian perspective, hope is inseparable from the cross, the willingness to bear suffering for a greater good. So, if Jesus uh, suffer, if Jesus want to take risk to save us, then as believers of him, then we should follow what Jesus has done. So in short, it means that take risks and take action. The fourth one is hope within the framework of sacred time and reconciliation. The Timorese perceive time not merely in chronological terms, but also in its deeper spiritual meaning. Within this framework, hope carries a distinct ecclesiological dimension. Talking about the past means talking about the legacy from our ancestors, the love, the faith, all the good things that they gave us, that we can learn from that, and we remember that they are not forgotten. And we also talking about future is about it means that we have to do good from now on. We cannot have better future without doing something today and now. So for example, when uh, the illness or disaster happen, uh, many people, some of them maybe think that it is the consequences of past imbalance, such as maybe they do something wrong to their ancestors, they break the customary law, or they do something harm to the environment. But they still have hope by doing repentance, by do the ritual restoration or naketi, and to confess their sin, and to heal what when something happen, and when something that make situation is not good, then they will do the rituals. And
Excuse me,
the five
Reverend Elina. Yeah,
one
excuse me, Reverend.
is symbolic expression of faith. The Metho-Christian community expresses their faith through potent local symbols. They have many symbols. They have also songs, and they have like symbols that we can find through poems and to the local narratives. So they use symbols in their own expressions of faith and doing hope. So the symbolic actions sometimes consider syncretics by Christians, because, for example, they use the blood of a chicken like that, or blood of pig. But if we think it is a symbolic expressions, it means that the Meto people, they don't think that the blood of the pig or the blood of the chicken save them. No, still, and they keep believe that only the blood of Jesus saved them. But as a symbolic expression, they use symbols of bloods of the like chicken or pig in their rituals.
Reverend Elina, excuse me,
Okay,
ma'am.
friends.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, excuse
So
me,
from
ma'am.
these
Yeah.
perspectives and all the theological points that I have said before, hope is not an abstract concept, but a life reality embodied in symbols, rituals, relationship, and daily struggles. The encounter between Christian faith and local culture doesn't erase identity, rather, it depends our understanding of God's presence in the world, in context, in community, and in the ongoing pursuit of hope. So I think that's all my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Elena. Yep. You get your material presentation in maybe more than 45 minutes, but we have 25 minutes, so that's okay. We just move to another agenda from especially to answer and question session. So now there are several or various questions for you, ma'am. Could you please to give your answer? We got the answer from Gamit Ebenezer Oeba. The question by Johanna. Johanna asked about in what ways does hope empower communities to face economic
Sorry, I
change?
cannot hear the moderator.
Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello. Could you, hello, ma'am. Do you hear me? Hello, ma'am. Do you hear me? I ask for another participant. Could you please to give your react if you hear my voice clearly? Okay, okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, thank
We
you,
can
thank
hear
you.
your voice.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Ma'am, maybe our speaker, our distinguished speaker, they have a technical, she have a technical issue by her laptop. So so we just meet, yeah, we need several times to, yeah. Okay, Reverend Elina already joined us, so yep, we can continue our section, especially question and answer session. In the midst of Kupang City struggle, there is a burn house, maybe near the committee area, so uh, there is crowded there. So okay, Ma'am Elina, do you hear me, ma'am? Your mic, please open up.
So sorry, I have a technical problems. That's why before I cannot listen to you and I have to leave and then re-enter this
Okay, okay,
conference.
okay. Yeah, thank you, Reverend Elina. We genuinely appreciated the insightful presentation that you have delivered. So now let us move into the question and answer session. You may share all participants already have the question, but because technical issues in committee device, so I just read the question here from the Slido. Based on the Slido, there are several questions, 6 questions. First from Johanna. Yeah. Gemit Ebenezer Oiba. Maybe I just copy here. Johanna asked about in what ways does hope empower communities to face economic challenges in NTT?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Johanna, for your insightful uh, questions. Um, Hope, firstly, it um, comes from our heart to make us feel like we can still survive. And hope that we have in our heart when we share with others in the community, then it will become a strength that strengthen others to be part of the action together to do something not only to stabilize our own economy, but also to do something good for our community, to our family, and even to pursue like economic stability by doing something greater, like Professor Izak Lattu presented before in the political level. It's different when we go outside and we deliver our speaks to government to change regulations on or to take care of the poor. So it starts from the hope that is inside in our heart. So for me, um, everybody, every person have to have hope. And for the Meto Christians, the best thing about Meto culture is that uh, Meto has a sharing, as like a sharing practice. When somebody has hope, uh, when somebody struggle with their economic lives because they are poor, because they don't have enough food, because they experience crop failures, uh, then they will go to their families to ask for help, and they will go to God. I think in this practice, maybe it's simple, but for me, I see that it's because he or she has hope in their heart, and because of that, hope help them to do something and to to invite others to think about the difficulties that they experience now, and it's like an invitation to like let's do something what the church can do, what the family can do together, and what the government can do to help us like that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Elina, I get point from your answer. You mentioned about hope is relational. So when we grows hope in our heart, in our life, in our community, maybe we we grow together to be a better society or to be a better community. And related with your presentation before, you mentioned that society and cultural community have their own expression of hope. Yeah, and for sure, those condition enrich the congregation spiritual experience, and it's so very interesting to talk about or to talk deeply about that. So we move to another question from IAKN Kupang. The question asked by Ruth. Ruth asked about how can women's ministries in the province of East Nusa Tenggara embody the practice of hope?
Thank you. I'm thankful because as a woman, I'm a pastor. In the Timorese cultures, when you have lots of titles, you have the high academic backgrounds, but if you are in rituals or in events like that, you still your place as woman are still at the backs. Only men can sit down in the front with other guests. But it is different when we are pastors. As a woman pastor, we still have like privilege to be in front of the people, to deliver the good news of God, not only from the pulpit, but because they respect us, then we can just go to their houses just to greet them, to ask them, what are your condition today? And only by that little questions that maybe people think it's so simple, but you go to people's house and ask, do you have food? What are you doing now? Are you okay? Or maybe just simple question like, are you okay? Then it can help them to realize that somebody is coming to and with a care to them. Somebody want to know their condition, and somebody want to pray for them like that. And as a woman pastors, I think I also learned from the feminist perspectives. Uh, then for me, I myself, I truly love all the all the reading materials or the theological perspectives writes by Reverend Mary Colimon. She has so deeply understanding about how women can be leaders, how women can be leaders to lead other women, experience hope, even though as women sometimes we experience um, multiple problems in our life. We have to like in the in the in the patriarchal culture, we are at the bottom level, and if we are poor, we are uh, maybe we are not educated or something, then we don't have such a privilege to for other people. Maybe we don't have such privilege to women don't have such privilege to struggle for their better futures. But here, as women pastors, we try to give them good news. The gospel of God is about um, is is like just be calm. We are here with you. We are also women. But if God can send us to be here, it means that we are your sisters. We are here to be in solidarity with other women, to help people to understand what their situations, and let us think together about what we can do to get out of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's why we need church. I think church or society need the feminist man who dare to struggle together with the church or society woman in their community or in their area so that they can together bring hope to the society or to the people who are in marginal situation or in marginal community. Thank you, ma'am. So we move to another question from Elizabeth Gemit Maranata Oibufu. She asked, in what ways does hope empower communities to face economic challenges in Nusa Tenggara Timur?
Okay. The question is about in Nusa Tenggara Timur. So um, for the synod level, I know that there are many problems that try to help people to who are poor and who are struggle with their economic life. Uh, but here, because I come from the margin community who live in the villages, so I will give just some example what we are doing. Like hope can be delivered from the pulpits when we are preaching. Hope can deliver from diaconia, uh, the act of love that not only by words but by actions. Hope can we can give hope by visitation to the people's houses, and those are the things that we are doing in the village. For the like presbytery level, I mean the classes, the level classes atau the synod level, this level synode may be different because it's more complex. But for the local church, like my church in the village, those are the things that we are doing. And often and for now, for example, like we help children with the to provide school for them. We have PAUD, ya, pendidikan anak usia dini di gereja. Um, in the for the students of the of the PAUD, we also teach them about like regular teachings from the government, but also there are sometimes some moments to meet with their parents and to to give like messages to their parents that if we dream of better futures, then we have to teach our children from now on. So we have to prepare them with education, we have to prepare them with faith, we have to prepare them with the mindset that uh, poverty cannot stop us to uh, to get a good education, to get better life in the future. That's what we can do in our like village context. Thank you.
Yep. I totally agree with you, ma'am, when you said about and prosperity cannot stop us to engage education, the quality of education. It's so empowering, especially it's from you as a pastor in the Meet congregation. I think it's a powerful statement to all of East Nusa Tenggara Province society. Thank you, ma'am. So there is interesting question from Karnia IAKN Toraja. She asked about how is Jesus Christ understood in Timorese tradition as Neno Anan, one from Uis Neno, and as an ancestor, and how does this connect with Paul's theology of Christ as the firstborn? She asked about the concept of Neno Anan in Timorese tradition.
Thank you so much, Karnia. I'm so happy that there is a friend from Toraja. Uh, I was in Toraja once, and it is a very beautiful place. So the connection between Christ as Neno Anan and the firstborn ancestor in Meto culture with the Paul's teachings in the Bible, I think it is a way of Timorese people understand that God is not an outsider for us. Jesus is not an outsider from us, but Jesus is our Albian. So the word Albian in Timorese language means uh, Jesus is one part of our body. Jesus is Tuhan Yesus adalah saudara kami, berarti Tuhan Yesus adalah tubuh sebelah dari diri kami. Tuhan Yesus tidak terpisah dari kami. Even Jesus is not only the one part of our body, but Jesus is the head of our body. Jesus is the firstborn. So Jesus is very respectful in our life. It means that the Timorese understood because of that, Jesus not an outsider, but Jesus is one of us. Jesus is Timorese. Jesus not, from post-colonial perspective, Jesus not a white guy from the west part that brought by the colonizers. No, Jesus is understood as our family, as one of us, as the firstborn among us. So it means that because we truly honor our ancestors, what they said we have to do, then what Jesus said in the Bible, what Jesus do, we have to follow him, no matter what. That's the faith from Timorese Christians' perspective. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, ma'am. It's so inspiration because we are the part of Christ's body, so we follow our the Christ or Jesus direction, especially bring hope to the society. Thank you, ma'am. We move to another question from SOE, STT SOE or SOE Theological Seminary, asked by Josaphat. How can local churches in East Nusa Tenggara respond to ecological crisis through hope?
Okay, thank you. Um, in my experience for now, related to the rituals, we Timorese people, they have Bano. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm still learning Timorese language too. So Bano is like there is a moment for Timorese people to gather together, to be together, and like they invite pastors like us to lead uh, the worship at one place. It's like in the nature. For example, like people want to like panen madu, they will invite like elders, penatua, or pastors to come and pray. And after that, they will like, I will use Indonesian, like menurunkan larangan itu, bano atau bono, correct me if I'm wrong, but ketika larangan itu diturunkan, baru orang-orang bisa memanen madu. And there are times also ketika madu-madu sudah selesai dipanen, maka ada ibadah lagi bersama dengan ritual adat untuk menaikkan larangan itu kembali. Maka pada saat itu orang-orang tidak boleh lagi ambil madu yang ada di pohon-pohon besar yang di hutan. It's just one example how the Christians, the Christian faith and cultures are connected and work together to preserve the nature. Besides of that, we also have like some pastors. We always say that be careful if people are going to the river, because now, for example, in my area, there are golds, emas, in the rivers. So we always give our suara gembala, pastoral voice for the members of congregations that well God has given us all of the richness, kekayaan alam Tuhan sudah berikan kepada kita. Tapi kalau mau mengambil kekayaan alam itu, berhati-hatilah, jangan menggunakan alat-alat yang merusak lingkungan. Jangan membuat lingkungan menjadi tidak lestari lagi hanya dengan alasan untuk mendapatkan uang atau kebutuhan ekonomi kita. We always say that in our message for the day life conversation, or from what we call as suara gembala itu. And I know that in the Timor Tengah Selatan context, for example, the situation happened in Mutis Mountain that Professor Izak Lattu mentioned in the previous presentation. At the time when people want to, from the outsiders want to come and take our marmers and like kekayaan alam yang ada di Gunung Mutis itu, the elders of the community, pastors, and all the religious communities, Catholics, Protestants, they are together. At the time, I'm not a pastor yet, but I learned from the news that not only local people, but also the leaders, the religious leaders, come together, interfaith religious leaders, to preserve the mountain, to take care of the habitats who live in the mountains. Yeah, that's just some example. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your answer. We move to another question, especially last question from Gemit Kasera Kupang, asked by Sophia. What role do youth play in embodying hope within local churches. It's like a youth role in church. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So
Yeah.
the role for the youth.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so for me, I I attended Young Ambassadors of Peace of the Christians Conference of Asia, uh, organized by the CCA in Thailand in 2017. And at the time, I learned as a young generation of the church before becoming a pastor, and I tried to. Um, I learned from that event about peace, hope, justice, and by learning from that event and also from other experience, I think as a pastors, what I'm doing is blending myself with the youth members too. As pastors, we have to be we have to uh, be blend. We have to blend with woman community, kaum perempuan, kaum bapak, pemuda, bahkan lansia. Uh, we have to adapt with all the group members, including the youths, and how to bring hope for them. I know for the village context, it's difficult for young people to go out and have higher education levels. Sometimes the young people think that okay, we have already finished our senior high school grade, so education is done. But as pastors, we always say that um, you guys have talents, you have more potentials in yourselves, and the government, we give them informations that we know from the government about um, scholarships, about the possibilities that they can take to get better education and better life for their futures. And the problem with the young people also, sometimes if they finish their high school, they want to go to Kalimantan island, or just do the migration. It's good that they go that, and then they get a better job, but most of the time they experience hard work with long hour of working for a day. And and yeah, that's many problems happen after that. And we know that uh, TTS, Timor Tengah Selatan, experience problems like human trafficking too, because of young people. They just go to get jobs, but actually the job is not good enough for their mental health, for their physics, for their spirituals. So as as pastors, we try to give them hope by saying that we can still we can live in our own land. Yeah, we can uh, okay, maybe other people think that we live in dry land, we don't have like more possibilities to get money from our land. But as young people, you have more energies, you have more creativities that you can explore, that you can elaborate to give impact not only for your family but also for other people. I know that sometimes when we talk about hope, it's like an imagination about something. It's But also we give them hope by saying that you can do something, you can do work, you have talents, you have potentials, you are smart, you can go for higher educations, so just do it. So hope for young people in the in the local situations especially in the village situations is like that. We, and as pastors, we try to become their friends, to listen what their problems, because in the patriarchal structure, men, young people, women, young people, and children are on the bottom level of the patriarchal system or patriarchal structure of society. But when we pastors, we go with them and we try to be a good listeners about what they need in their youthful life, then they will open to us. They will tell their stories, and their stories are important because sometimes they cannot open their hearts for in front of their parents, because when they want to say something, the youth people want to say something, and people will say, just stop it, shut up, just like that. But as parents, we know that we can be good listeners for them, and by listening to them, we can uh, we can help them to find solutions, to find ways for them to get out of their difficulties. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Reverend Elina. It's a meaningful exchange of question and insights. So let me summarize this answer and question session. You mentioned before in your presentation about hope teaches us that God's time is not always our time. Through rituals of reconciliation and thanksgiving, people in East Nusa Tenggara, especially in East Molo, align their struggle with God's sacred rhythm, turning waiting into a holy act. So you like practice your statement in one phrase that I think it's so inspiring as the voice of the shepherd or voice of the pastor. You said that if you dream about better life or better future, you have to do something. You have to do something right now. Give your contribution. Stand firm and speak out about justice, equality, and prosperity. Thank you for enlightenment and your based on your presentation, ma'am. So to conclude this session, I would like to kindly invite Reverend Elina to deliver a closing remarks, highlight the key so that we can take away and practice in our daily life.
Okay. Thank you very much for this meaningful conversations and all the questions and all the conversations that we have here. It's not only help the audience, but also help me to know more about my people, my context. And after this, maybe we can do something more rather than just talking here. Okay. And then I want to close my presentation by saying that uh, learning about hope uh, from the perspective of Meto Christians means we have to think about the our voices, our about hope can be found out from our local cultures, from the people around us, not only from outside us, but the people every day live with us. They also share something for us to pursue a better life. And we need to um, highlight that learning about hope through Timorese cultures means recognizing how Christian faith is interwoven with symbols, history, and resilience of what we experience in our daily life. This is not merely an exercise in contextualization. We are not only study about hope from the culture, but also we find out a theological action that help us to bridges the past, present, and future in our faith in God. So by the faith, by the hope, we can continue to do good works in unfolding history of human salvation. And when we talk about salvation in Jesus, in God, the salvation is we are part of the work of God too, by helping others, by struggling for life, by survive, by saying in our own selves that we can do something. We can be in solidarity with the poor, with the marginalized. It means that we are doing, we are thinking about hope, and we are doing about hope for our better future. Thank you.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank our speakers, Reverend Elina, for the wisdom shared sincerely, and all participants for your thoughtful engagement in this session. So with that, we officially close the session, and I now hand the program back to our Master of Ceremonies to continue with the next agenda. Thank you, Ma'am Elina. It's a
Thank you
powerful
so much.
statement for us. Thank you.
Thank you, all friends.
So, dear participant, could you please to press your react button and give love or thumb or clap to our distinguished speaker. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ma'am Yusmina, your
Okay,
time,
thank you.
ma'am.
Let us take a picture. We kindly ask all participants to turn on your cameras for a moment so we can take a picture. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Terima kasih, Ibu Elina. Okay. Okay, Mr. Hess, I hand back over to you to continue the meeting. This is the last meeting, the last meeting of our meeting today. Please, Pak Hess.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Yusmina. So we estafet ya, kita estafet ya. Good. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear beloved participants, welcome back to our conference. We are now entering the last session of our academic journey in the first international conference, where we continue to explore how hope takes shape in different contexts of life, faith, and education. As one scholar reminds us about hope is not passive waiting, but active participation. It's so very inspiring us today. So let me introduce our speaker for the last session. Yep. For our sixth session carries the theme promoting academic mental health and hope in the university context. This topic reminds us that nurturing hope within academic life is as essential as pursuing knowledge itself. In the words of Viktor Franklin, he said about those who have a why to live can bear almost anyhow. With that, let me introduce our speaker, Friandry Windisani Thoomaszen, Master of Psychology, psychologist, who will lead us in this critical discussion. Ms. Friandry is a dedicated psychologist and lecturer from the Christian State Institute of Kupang, Indonesia, and is currently a Ph.D. candidate in psychology at Vrije Universiteit, Brussel, Belgium. Her expertise lies in educational psychology, pastoral counseling, and the development of indigenous students. She has collaborated with international NGOs, including Save the Children and Plan International, and has published extensively on psychology, education, and community development. As an awardee of the LPDP scholarship and a recognized outstanding lecturer, she continues to advance research and practice at the intersection of psychology, education, and social well-being. Now, with great respect, we invite Ms. Friandry to share their presentation with us. Ms. Friandry, we
Yeah.
have gained screen to you. Times is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I have my voice is clear. Give me a second. I will share my screen. Is it so up or not?
Yep. Okay, ma'am. We can see your
Okay,
presentation.
Recording in progress.
Is every part of the screen is clear?
Yes, ma'am. Clear.
Hi everyone. Good morning from Brussels. Actually, in here is still very early morning, like 6:30. So
Wow.
I'm so
Morning person, ma'am.
yeah,
Please
I'm
continue.
sorry
Please
if I'm
continue.
a little bit slowly or slower in speaking because it's very early morning. Okay, like our moderator already explained that my one of my focus is collaborating with psychology and educational. So my focus presentation will be so that variables, especially I want to highlight the interplay of hope, creativity, and help seeking in university context. But in this presentation, I prefer to use university community term compare than context because I want to highlight that university or higher educational or school even as a community, not only institution, because somehow we think like this is only institution, this is place for work, but I think the term of community have deeper meaning about this and how this community can help promoting academic mental health. So yeah, here's a little bit brief about my presentation. First of all, I will addressing about the problems, about the mental health problems in worldwide. So this mental health problem or issue is not only Indonesian problem, but it's also happening in every world, every continent. So we will discuss that in detail. And the second one is how to mitigate this issue, how perspective about academic mental health, hope, and creativity and help seeking facilitate these issues or this problem. And the last one is the closing statement. This picture I choose very mindful because I want to show up how actually higher education or university the real function is really impactful actually. How higher education university could impact to the to our health system, our educational system, our governance system, how art, how technology also, and also our finance, everything. So why I addressing, and I think that the power of higher education of or university is actually huge, significant. Yeah, so before I start what of my perspective, I want to have a little bit interaction with the participant. So you can use your reaction or you can use emoticon. to show your answer. So the first one is, do you believe in hope amidst of the uncertainty? You can give, if you believe, you can show like thumbs or clap or the positive or love. But if you don't believe, it's also fine. It's also fine. We don't have to always hope every time, every minute, every hour. So maybe I couldn't see direction. So maybe Pak could help to summary how participant reaction on this question, this first questions.
Okay, Miss Friandry, at all the participant already admit their reaction. Overall, they are agree. Yeah,
Okay.
they are
Okay,
agree.
good, good, good. Yeah, because this is the last session, so I believe everyone in hope, in positive, because you already got the material. Okay, and the second question is, do you think it is easy to be a hopeful person this day? Because we know, we aware that this day is not easy life. We in the uncertainty, our nation, our everything part of our life, an aspect of our life. If you believe, if you think that it is easy, you can give positive reaction. But if you think this is difficult, you can also comment, or you can use other opposite reactions. Maybe 1 minute, I wait. How, Pak Yeski?
Okay, some of our participants excited about this question, so they just give several participants give hearts, react hearts or
Yeah.
thumbs, yeah. But for me, I give two side thumbs. It's easy when you have money, power, like Indonesian context, and
Yeah.
I give the emoticon cry for the person of
Get it.
cry face, because it's a very, very difficult for maybe majority of Indonesian society right now,
Yeah,
nowadays.
yeah, I get it. Yeah, understood.
Okay.
It's not easy right now. And
Yeah.
the third one, which one you prefer? You can choose. Do you think hope, the source of hope actually from internal factor or external factor? Which one you believe is most influence? Internal means from ourselves, from deep in ourselves, and external is more than our environment, our society. Which one do you believe more impactful factors? You can
Miss
comment, or
Friandry,
yeah,
yeah, Miss Friandry, may I invite our participant to maybe give
speak
their
up,
yeah,
please.
chit chat, or so they
Yeah,
can
yeah,
write down directly its
yeah,
internal factor or external factor or both of the factor.
yeah. You
Yeah.
can comment, or anyone want to speak up directly. It's also fine.
Okay. Dear participant, could you please to write down in the chat box?
Just simple,
Yeah.
internal or external.
Yeah, or you can open up your mic and you can
Oh,
give your
I think
reason about
someone.
the third question. Okay, dear all, you can write down your statement. It's internal factor or external factor of both of them,
Yeah,
or you can open up your mic to say something.
yeah. Do you believe that ourself is enough to get the hope, or we need others, or we need society, or we need external? Which
Miss
one?
Friandry, yeah, excuse
Yeah,
me, we have one person,
yeah.
Aris Margiantos. He said internal factor.
Okay, got
Internal
it.
factor.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
good. That's good. That's he knows the power of himself.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
but
cool.
if others believe external is also fine. I will discuss both of them later in my slides. And the last one related with my topic in educational context or educational system, or specifically in university or higher education. Do you still believe that, because I know there's a lot of college students in here, university students, and also lecturers, please speak up. Do you still believe that there's hope in our educational system right now? It's time for church.
Miss Friandry, we get various reaction. So for some person, they just give cry face, cry face, confused face. Another
Get it.
give thumbs. Another gives smile. There are
Okay.
various reaction, ma'am.
Yeah. Confused, I think it's also normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally normal. Okay, thank you very much for participation. I hope you stand until the end so we can find out together how to address this situation and this topic, because we experienced this. So I hope with this presentation, I could give like some kind of insight or new perspective about this context. So first, before we go deeper into the strategies or how to handle that, we should sit together and see how is the problem. We should really understand how the problem first, and then we can know what the best action or what the follow-up action we should do. So first, the scope of university, I mean in here is, or also I will interchangeable use the term with the higher education and higher education, because in the higher education it's broad term. It's toward to university, college, institute, also vocational, because in Indonesia we have variety of yeah, a school of, also there's school of higher learning. So this is because my title mention about university, but it's not only mean to university, but it's actually in this broad term. So in the university community, we have like very important person in here, but I will try to make it simple in 4 parts. The first one is students. Students is consists of from bachelor, master, and doctoral also. So right now I'm students. And the second, postdoctoral researchers. I know this is quite not familiar in Indonesian context, because in Indonesian higher education, there's not really specific part for postdoctoral researchers, but in the worldwide perspective, actually this position is really important and also play big role in support research and university. And the third one is about professional university staff. So I choose to use this term with professional. That's really, this term is actually have a deep meaning, because in everyone in this system have a meaningful function. So somehow I found out there, for staff, they think like, oh, we only staff. We are nothing compared than faculty. We are nothing compared than lecturers. But please, you're not only staff, you are professional. So if we really understood and we really realize that our position as a staff is really important to support university, and then we can do, and as a staff, you can do your job or your part very well to support this system. Because without staff, also this university, this community will not running very well. And the last one, and also the important one, I mentioned faculty. Faculty in here, not as facultas, not really facultas, but faculty in here are stand for professors, lecturers, and also researchers. For yeah, so I will start with this because previous reactions, so very normal reaction, like I mentioned before, some of in doubt, some in cry, or some hesitant, because the problem about mental health is real. It is global problems in higher education students. I will start first with the students' problems, and in the next we will also discuss about other problems related to faculty. So in global, based on the recent large survey toward 18 countries in the world, shows that the surveys named WMHICS, this is actually very large, the World Mental Health International College Students Initiative. So it shows that there's some problem with our students related depressions, anxiety, suicidal ideation, and also how the service about mental health toward this problem. And we can see this number in person. It's in person, yeah, this is actually quite a big and huge amount of number. And this is from these numbers and from these tables, I want to show up that this is not only Indonesian problem, like I mentioned before. This is globally problem. It's happened in the US, it's happened in the UK, France, Australia, Saudi, Africa, Latin Africa. But the question is, where's Indonesia? We will talk later. We will talk about that later. So actually, if we see the number, you can just see it very briefly, but I want to highlight some specific part, except that in here, because I study in here, I witness in here, it's normal for people to have depression and anxiety. So in here also normal if students speak up about their anxiety. Even we speak about, oh, today I have anxiety about my exam, today I have anxiety. They first speak up about it. That's like a normal conversations. So it's totally different with Indonesia, because in Indonesia, if we say, I'm depressed right now, people will look at you and like, wow. Maybe, but in here that's like normal conversations. Even in the lunch time, we speak today, I cannot sleep, I have problem with sleep disorder, I have problem with my anxiety, and that's very normal. But that's normal for depression and anxiety. That's normal to talk in here. But I want to highlight about SI, suicidal ideation, because in Indonesia, and also I noticed in Kupang, in our institutions, our Christian street, also experienced this case once. Once doesn't mean once. Once it's reported, but behind that, we don't know the data. So I want to show up that these cases, the suicide and self-harm, is also happen in other continent, and it's doubling the number. So I could say, I could predict that this case could be improve the number in Indonesia also in the future. So we should be mindful about this, so we can think what should we do, or we should prevent about this. And specifically for this, in the African continent, and like Saudi Arabia and Latin America, there's some part or aspect there's no data. There's just not under research, there's not under reporting, and this is also calling for all of us as researchers to research about this topic, because we think nowadays talking about mental health is like very common, but actually in the research setting, the data about this, the truly fact about this, is still lack in the specific continent, including Indonesia. That's why one of focus of my research project in PhD study will be focusing or addressing to survey about this this topic. And I want to highlight also about why in some part they are very low in the surface, and also very low in the data of related mental health, because they're also related with the culture in that the culture in that country, and also there's like barriers in help seeking. That's why one of the aspect I want to highlight in my topic is about help seeking. For Indonesian people or for Asian people, to asking help is quite difficult, isn't it? I don't know why. There's still my questions to find out in 4 years later. So we can think together why we very shy for asking help, for say that I'm in anxiety, I'm in depression, I need help. It's very difficult for Asian people or Indonesian, but I saw the eastern part of Indonesia also unique. Somehow eastern part of Indonesia have high pride to say that they're in the low or down situations. So that's why I thought talking about help seeking, it's very important. So before that, I already mentioned there's like, I want to highlight about how the perspective from Global South, because Indonesia is actually part of Global South. Like I previous mentioned, where is Indonesia in the previous table, in the previous data? To be honest, because I focus on this topic specifically in Indonesia, we don't have really a proper national and large survey about this yet. So this is gonna be my homework on other researchers or other psychologists. But this is also need a lot of budget and finance to do a very large and national survey. So this is the problem of in the Global South context, because somehow the Global South have our characteristic with their economic characteristics such as low and middle income. That's why maybe they don't just give special budget to research about mental health and maybe our governance still think that it's not important to survey about this. Yeah, that's also my findings from read in Indonesian context. So I could not present right now how is the situation in Indonesia about how is the data. The data, this means that doesn't mean that there's no data at all. There's some data, but that data is not that's not national and not use a proper methodology. So even though we do a good survey, but if we don't use a proper good methodology, a quality methodology, it's also question the results, because this is about human life. We diagnose people life, so we should be very careful and mindful about this. So I know in Indonesian journal there's a lot of survey about this with a huge amount of respondent, but is the methodology is proper enough? Is the quality is high enough or not? That's also I questions. So yeah, I'd be more careful with that data. But before I continue to this next topic, I want to, that's the problem. We know that, we admit that. Maybe we need maybe a second time for pause and reflect that in these weeks also actually World Suicide Prevention Day, because in education system, suicide is also happen. It's not only global, but sadly, why in educational system or education community, this community is actually should be positive community, but suicide is still also happen. So I want to say for all of us, just be together with others. Don't let anyone alone, because the problem globally right now is loneliness also. Why people have high rates in mental health problem, because they're lonely and they admit that. But in Indonesia, I don't know, we admit or not, we're lonely. We feel that, but somehow we don't want to admit that. So that's also a problem for me. So as a good friends, families, and society, we should be friends with others. Don't let anyone alone. And if you need help, reach out. Don't be shy. And as a good friends, we listen. And yeah, I want to highlight about we can seek help, we can ask for help. Yeah, now that's problem related with students. Now we come into the faculty because I want to address the problem. This is not only students' problem. The faculty, the researchers, lecturers, dear all of lecturers, because I'm also lecturers. I know that we facing mental health crisis right now, and it is also worldwide, not only in Indonesia, not only in Kupang, not only in IAKN. So my first questions about this statement is, do you think is it blessing or burden? But don't answer now. Let me explain the problem first, and in the next slide, maybe you can give an answer. After you know the problem, and then you can answer, is it blessing or burden? Is this good or not? to realizing that actually the whole part of university community, it's actually facing mental health issues, and it is very serious. So a little bit history about this topic. This is not only happened today. It's already happened in the past, very long time ago. It's from 1980. It started with at the time, but maybe in Indonesia we just think, "Wow, this only happened right now. This is happening," but actually not. In the research, it's already happened very long ago. So there's like a new term, like a new academic disease, where there are phenomena about burnout, and I found out in every timeline until now, this burnout still happen in the towards students and also faculty, including lecturers. Why? In this time, in the past time, because of job insecurity, pressure to publish. So this problem is not only right now, because right now we think like, wow, it's very tiring, it's very exhausting to be a lecturer because we have to publish, and it's very stressful. But that's actually very long problems from in the past. There's also pressure to publish from the past, and overwork. So this is, yeah, overwork and low salaries. And in the 90s, there's data so that the faculty members admit that, specifically new faculty members. So if in here there's a new lecturers, welcome. Welcome to this world. Welcome to this very stressful workplace because the number is quite high. Why? Because high workloads, high performance expectations, but also at the same time, low collegiality. What's the meaning of this low collegiality? It means that in university, in faculty context, we tend to work individually. We don't think about others. That's why that could be one of the factor why people feel burnout, because this high expectation, this high workload, they face it alone. Where's the colleagues? Where's the colleagues in the university? And the next timeline in 2000 era, there's also shifting in our educational, higher education system. The systems tend to be privatized and corporatized. So this also a warning and dangers hinders this, because at the same time, if we the study shows that if the university focus on privatize and corporatize, they struggle with the quality of the educations. It's tend to be low, and also there are also problem about toxic interpersonal behavior. This is related with low collegiality I mentioned before, or I questions before. Why in university? Why between faculty members we have low collegiality? Because also there's like toxic interpersonal behavior between faculty, sexual harassment, invisibility, workplace bullying. So for students, bullying is not only happen to you, but it's also happened in faculties, in lectures. That's why this society allow this behavior, because it's happened in every part of the system, and also gender discriminations. So to include in this timeline, many the researcher shows mentioned that many universities actually not healthy place to study and work. And come into the 2010, the anxiety and mental health problems is rising. It's not lowering, but it's also rising. Specifically for the doctoral and master students, the level of anxiety, depression also so up. And yeah, the high stress is still happening. Why? Because many universities do not provide safe work environments for employee. So this is happened to staff also. And this is also this data I want us to think how we could create a safe work environment for us. And also academic work is perceived as fragmented because of the surveillance, hierarchy, and precarity, and also still limited work-life balance. I don't know in every countries, I think is it's different policy about this, but I thought that in Indonesia we still appreciate work hard or over work hard compared than work-life balance. Because in here, based on my experience in here, people or the lecturers or the faculty really appreciated about work-life balance. We have like frequently short break. So if they see we already in the burden or in the very stressful or stressful situation after that, or after exam, or after we finish a high demand or task, they will suggest us to take a break, to take a holiday, and that's normal. Yeah, in Indonesia, like for lecturers want to take their leave or want to take holiday, it's like, why you take holiday? We still have a lot of work, and why you take holiday? That's totally different and different in here, because in here, if we want others to be productive, we should give really a balance of work life. They should take holiday, like really enjoy their life. So if they're happy, they could work better. Yeah, that's the perspective in here, but I know in Indonesia that's maybe different. So in the current time, 2020 until 2028, the situation I think is still the same. Sadly, I should say this. Faculty are suffering from burnout, distress, and mental illness, and also some suicide. So suicide is not only happen to students, sadly, but also to the faculty. Yeah, that's a little bit his story. It's quite, I think it's quite, it could be triggered you, but maybe, yeah, if it's triggered, maybe you can take a second to take a breath a little bit before we continue to the next slide, but I will keep continue. So, because we talk about mental health, I think I should like briefly mention what is actually mental health. And there's no single definition about this. I want to just highlight why I mentioned a lot about work-life balance before. We should take holiday, we should take break, we should take we should rest. Because when we're in the good mental health, we like in this one of the definition, we have ability to enjoy our life. If we don't rest, how we can enjoy our life? If we can take holiday, or you name it, how we can enjoy our life if we only work. So yeah, with this definition, I want to rethink again about our life, about our mental health situation. So when we're in the good mental health, it means that we can still learn well and work well. If we cannot work well right now, for examples, we can collaborate with others. We have problem. We have conflict with others, colleague, or we have conflict with our friends or family. That's a sign we are not in the good situations. We have a problem with our mental health. So take time to take a rest or take a break. And also a good sign for mental health is also contribute to their community. I think this is now, even though the situation in Indonesia is not really good, but I saw a lot of contribution from society. So this is a good sign for me, even though we don't know, we cannot find how to cope with this situation right now yet. But we know, specifically in Indonesian context, we know how to contribute to help others, help our nation right now to speak up. I think that's a good signs for our mental health also. So and the last things is mental health is also emotional and spiritual well-being. This is also the good sign also. In the context of academic, not only individual, because previously maybe like an individual mental health sign, but also as university, we can also assess as our workplace, as our university, is our higher education, is in the good mental health condition or not. If these signs happen, if our university can protect us, promotes us, and responds if one of the individuals in this community have mental health, then that's mean our university have a mentally healthy university. But if not, if we think that our university is not a safe place, then that's gonna be the problem. And yeah, the others, I think I already mentioned the good signs of good academic mental health is also how we can manage academic demands. There's how we can maintain motivation and engage with learning and research environments. Now we come to the second part, how to mitigate this problem. So first, from the perspective of academic mental health that I want to offer right now, why it is important, why it is crucial to be applied in higher educational. Because if students have good academic mental health, it will promote their academic success. They will have higher grades, they will good retentions, and also graduation rates. But for these factors, I give different colors because in Indonesia, there's a situation or there's a case where we not really being honest to give grades. So this is gonna be challenging to really assess, is it in Indonesian context, we have a good academic mental health or not, if considered by grades and graduation rates. Because in Indonesia, all of students have a good grades. Every students have A plus, even a lot, and that's majority. That's totally different in here in European system or in the Western system that I witness, because in here they're very transparent about dropout rates in here. They will speak up, the university will speak up that in this year we have like possibility to like 40 or 30% of students will drop out, and that's normal. But in Indonesia, if only one student want to drop out, that's like a big problem. And this perspective, I think we should to think deeper about this, about giving grades. If we don't really honest in giving the grades, actually we tend to limit it or tend to hinder the actual problem of mental health. And the second sign, if someone in the good academic mental health, is they being critical. The good signs of people, of students especially, or lecturers, that they're in the good mental health is they're being critical in everything. They're being creative in learning, and they being lifelong learners. So if we tend to be, if our educational system or university settings likes people who quiet and not being critical, I think that's a problem. How we can assess or how we can see someone is in the good mental health, because being critical is a good sign actually, and also creativity that I want to highlight in the next slide also. Yeah, so this is the strategies and solution. Actually, there's a plenty of intervention and prevention that university as a community can do in the individual sectors, in the group sectors, and in the organizational levels. So to get a proper healthy mentally university, all of this part should be worked together. So we cannot stand up for individuals only or organizational only or groups only, but all of this should be intertwined, collaborate together. For I will not discuss one of every detail of this, but I will highlight about the hope and creativity and help seeking. But I want to highlight a little bit about the power of leadership, because it is very important in the organizational level, and how style of leadership, how perspective of the leaders could impact all of these indicators I mentioned. It could impact the facilities, it could impact the policy, it could impact the climate, the culture, could impact the groups, it could impact the individuals. So I found interesting good practices in here when I study in here. For there are also several courses for faculty to learn about leadership. So in here in the university, the courses, their class not only for students, but there are also class for the faculty, for the professor, for the lecturers to learn about leadership, because not every professors in here have a good experience in leadership. So if in the specific period, some of professor give chance to be a leader, they provide, the university provide with courses for them to learn about leadership. That's, I think, this in Indonesia, I consider this lack, because yeah, learning is for students. For the faculty, it's like we only work, but we don't learn. But to be a leader, we need to really serious to learn to be a good leader, because if we cannot leader, a lot of people will suffer with our bad leadership. And yeah, and I want to also highlight the group sectors. Also, this is from my experience in here. So in here, mental health topic is embedded to the curriculum. It's embedded in every subjects, in every class. So there's not like specific mental health class, no, but it's embedded in every course. For examples in here, in the writing course or writing class that I will join this semester, one first and foremost topic in the first meetings is we will discuss about mental health. We cannot produce a good papers if we're not in the good mental health. And university in here realize that. They know that to be a good researchers, to produce a good research, to produce a good quality papers, we should in the good mental health conditions. That's why in variety of the class, we'll talk about mental health. And also in here, also there's so many research group that will support us as early researchers to maintain, because in here we know and we acknowledging the high demand of research. We know that doing research is very difficult task. It's very difficult job, and it could burden our mental health. That's why there are research group to support us. And I realize that this is maybe also tend to be like in Indonesia, because why we have low collegial, because we don't have a good research group. We research individually, actually. And that's gonna be impact to our mental health. Yeah, for individuals, I think I will discuss in the next slide. So for why I think hope, creativity, and help seeking is important, I want to show up this another analogy or this metaphor from one book that I read right now from Campbell Walker. Is about doom and gloom. So this is a very good picture, isn't it? So this picture present how nowadays problem we live in the world, like in the doom. There's fire, and literally I heard that in our campus literally happen fires, right? But this in here, I mean, this metaphor. We in a lot of burden, we burn out, we have a lot of problem, like I mentioned before. That's actually doom situations. But also at the same time, we should really work hard. If we have hope, we should really work hard and creative to do this groundwork. So this is like to being hopeful persons, we should really work hard on that. Not only like, oh, I'm a good person, so I think I will be hopeful easily. No, the reality and what I learned, to be a hopeful person, we should really learn about this. We should do the groundwork. We should do extrovert to enjoy the bloom of hope or enjoy the bloom of creativity. I want to highlight this groundwork. So we should choose wisely our environment. We should wisely our input. We should also wisely choose our choice of life, our standard, our mindset, because that's will be gonna be the foundations to build us as to have a good mental health or have hope or creativity or be a person who open up to help seeking. If you're really interesting, I know the time is limited, so I just present this book and you can read it further. This is also a little bit capture of this book that I want to highlight, because right now we gardening actually in hell, because like I say, there's overwhelmed informations right now, and in that informations there are also good information, but also there's a lot of trash. We should filter that. We cannot take all of that as a good thing to be input in our mind, in ourselves. So this is the reality right now. And our missions is how we think creatively to keep growing, to keep planting in the situation. And the power is curiosity. So for now, if you wonder with something, even that small, or you're curious about something, that's a good sign. Do your missions and focus, and also catharsis. And the last point is rest. That's why I mentioned about rest many times in this presentation. We cannot bloom, we cannot be bloom, we cannot be hopeful, we cannot be creative person if we don't take time to rest. That's also part of the process. So yeah, take rest is okay actually. And for about help seeking research, I want to also highlight this is a good practice already happened in Indonesia. Warga Jaga Warga campaign. I think this is a good sign of help seeking. Actually, our society ready to be helped, but now somehow it's come back to ourselves. We want to open up about that or not. We want to open that we need help. Somehow the society is good. It's ready for help, specifically in Indonesian context. But the problem is in ourselves. We very shy to open about our problem. We very shy to asking for help. So who's gonna be the helper? Actually, it's could be friends and family from the informal support system, and also professional supports, including schools, including university, including higher education, and also mental health services. So there's actually quite a lot of support in here.
Ms. Friandry,
Okay,
excuse me.
that's all
Okay.
for me. We come up to the question and answer.
Yeah, Ms. Friandry, thank you so much. We have gained meaningful insight from the presentation. So it's time for a question and answer session. Here, there are 6 questions from the participants. I'm gonna ask you about mental health in university. So we move to the first person who asked from UKSW. Satya Wacana Christian University, Santi, asked about how can universities redefine success that it value well-being and growth alongside academic achievement.
Okay, thank you, Santi, for these thoughtful questions. because this question is actually could be answered by the leader, by the policy taker in university, by the groups, by the individuals. Like I already present that university is not only lecturers, it's not only students, so and it's not the psychologist's job also. So the university should answer these questions. This is a good answer to all of the university to answer this. I don't know if I could give good answer toward this, but yeah, because this need all of part of the university should be sit together and then redefine together. So there's like no, like I mentioned, there's no single definitions. My definition, it's not the right one. The right definitions is all of definitions. It's all of part. It's from students, it's from lecturers, it's from researchers, it's also from the professional staff in these universities to sit together and talk, have a conversations, have a serious discussion about this, what kind of university they want to be, what kind of values they want to be, what kind of mental health situation or mental health outcome they want to achieve. So every university could be focused in different different aspect or different factors of well-being and growth, because this is very big topic also. I hope I could answer. This is a big questions actually.
Okay, thank you, Miss Friandry. From UKSW, we're gonna move to Undana. Charles asked about in what ways does academic competition contribute to mental health crisis among students and how can this be addressed?
Okay, thank you, Charles, for the questions. One of the factors why academic mental health crisis happen is because of the academic competitions. So this question is actually true. The fact it's actually like that. So I want to give like an perspective about competitions, because I saw this is could be subjective based on my experience. I saw that in Asian countries, including Indonesia, we really very exciting with competitions. I don't know why. You can answer also, Charles or other students, why we really like competitions. That's totally different in Western students in here. Students in here don't compete each other at all. So everyone focus in their own journey, and everyone have different journey, different academic journey. So I will not compare with others. I have different focus. I have different topics. So we focus in our part, and even though people in here be friends, but we don't compare with our friends. So it's come back to our perspective about competitions, because I see that in Asians, specifically Japan, South Korea, why they have higher case of suicide, because competitions. And Indonesia maybe not as big as them, but tend to be like that. So right now, for all of the students, please don't compete with others. Just compare also. Do not compare with others, because we are unique, we are different, we have different purposes in life. in study also. So it's come back to the every individuals. For this question, I think every one of us, each of us can answer this or can contribute how we change our mindset about competitions. Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you,
If
Miss
if
Friandry.
they want to have further questions, they could be speak up also for Charles and Santi. If you want
Okay,
to
okay. Okay,
also,
so
I'm
for
open.
the
Yeah.
yeah, thank you, ma'am. For the questionnaire or for the participants, if you gonna ask directly to our speaker, could you please to raise hand and open mic, and you can say your or you can depress your question directly to our speaker. So, Miss Uriandi, alongside we move
Yeah.
to yeah, UKDW ya, UKDW from Emanuela. Yeah, Emanuela asked about how can hope be cultivated as a psychological and spiritual research for students facing academic and personal struggles.
Okay, thank you, Emanuela, for the questions. This is also big questions to be answered. But wait, we can think together. So, with these questions, because I think this question is important for us, also important for Emmanuel as an individual. So it is important for you to also find out your own perspective or your own respond on this in these questions. And but for me, how can we hope about the academic struggles and personal struggles happen right now? Because academic problems happen related with personal struggle also, such as financial issue. The data shows like that. Students who have academic problems or academic mental health problems also have problem with their family issues, their financial issue. So in Indonesia, to understanding academic problems, it's very related with personal. And I think this is not only Indonesia, but it's in the global South context also, or in the Asians context. And I saw how, because in Indonesia, we're very religious countries. The people, it's tend to be very religious and spiritual. I saw and I agree that spiritual could be a good resource, but be careful. Because in the data shows that spiritual also could be bad factors also, because there are also some negative stigma behind the spiritual resource, such as in spiritual, it's not good to be complaining, for examples. It's not good if we say we are hopeless. It's not good, or if someone say that I'm depressed, and they will say that's because you're not pray enough. Nah, that's the problem. That's actually spiritual stigma that we should be careful also. So spiritual, this is, I think, one of the finding of Ibu Lia dissertation is spiritual or religion or the name is like that, could be good tools, and also at the same time could be the bad tools, depend on us perceive this. But yeah, that's my perspective on this.
So
I hope
thank
I
you,
could
Miss.
help. I hope I
Yeah,
could
thank you,
answer
Miss
this.
Friandry. I get point from your
Yeah.
question, from your answer that various aspect, both of internal and external, yeah, aspect could be support factor for student or university member which is struggle with mental health. So we cannot just say a simple words that's because you are not hope in Christ or hope not in God, or you are not willing to pray, but it's many of various aspect that cultivated human life, or the cultivated the university member who struggle with mental health. Thank you,
Yeah,
Miss.
and
Yeah.
also like I mentioned before, creativity, because hope, how we measure hope. Hope is actually abstract factors. For me, the perspective that I want to override now, to assess or to measure someone is in the hopeful, is from their creativity. That's a really concrete product of hope. If you're in hope, you can create something. You have good critical thinking, you learn well. So I think, yeah, maybe I think in this in the religion or in the spiritual experience, rest is also the good part. So maybe take rest is could be the part of being spiritual, and you can get hope from that, and you can get creativity from that also. Yeah.
Yep, sorry. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Miss Friandry, thank you. So I interest about the sign of hope, the sign that hope living in our life. You produce creativity based on what you have. Is it
Mhm.
right, ma'am?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thank
yeah,
you,
yeah.
thank you. It's meaningful. It's meaningful.
Yeah. I want
So
to highlight a little bit, because creativity is also still abstract, maybe, yeah. But previous days we already talk about art, we talk about music, and previously Prof. Izak also mentioned music. That's part of creativity actually. So if we can still produce like produce the product is could be anything. It's not only music, it could be poetry, it could be paper, it could be anything, even the simple one. Or maybe you make a good story in your social media. It's also good product of creativity. So that's a good sign that this is the good sign that you have a good mental health.
yeah, thank you, Miss Friandry. I think it's related with the next question from Sonia. Sonia, IAKN Kupang, maybe one of your student. How can universities building a long-term culture of hope and mental well-being?
Yeah. Thank you, Sonia, for these questions. I think all of these questions you should collect and spread to all of the lecturers,
Yeah.
all of the policymaker, all of the leaders in university to think together about this, because this is I perceive that this from students. So this is actually voice from students. These questions is actually hinder their voice. This is not only questions, but from these questions, they want to speak up that mental health is important, hope is important, academic struggle or personal struggle is important, spiritual resources is important, and how university tackle this. Because this question asks about long-term culture. So everyone should, yeah, I think this is my response is quite the same with the first questions. This is for all of us to ask this. I'm not sure I could give like the right answer about this, but we should sit together and discuss together and have a conversation about this together. But I want to highlight, hello, every faculty member, hello, every leaders. our students actually speak up right now that they want to say that hope is important, mental health is important, well-being is important. What university will do? What our leader think about this? Because the reality, even our government still not think mental health is important. So from this presentation or from this moment, I want to just raise awareness of all of the policymaker or of the lecturers and leaders to aware about this point.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Friandry. I think it's important because we can fostering cooperation and supportive learning, but it's especially for people we call policymaker in a university or institute. They have to make awareness, or they have to have awareness. So this is the first step, or this is the main point to fostering hope and mental health in member of academia or university. Thank you, Ms.
Just a
Friandry.
little bit comment. To be honest, my response related this, our university still have a lot of homework about this, so I couldn't answer more because the reality is we're not doing anything, to be honest, related mental health. So I just give back to them and think together and do something about this.
Yep, thank you, Ms. Friandry. I think the next question from Valentino, IAKN Manado, will make specific of the question and your answer. He asked about how can academia connect theory with practice to address society's urgent mental health needs in everyday life. Sorry, I make summary about your question. It's because it's it's too long. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's really, I try to dive in his question. I try to read up to get like the point. Thank you, Valentino. This is such a deep questions, and maybe we need extra sessions to answer this because I think our time is very limited to answer about this. And maybe this is also a good sign for you, Valentino. Maybe you can research deeply about this topic because your questions, it's really to be have a serious research to get a proper answer. So maybe I couldn't provide you a very comprehensive answer, but with these questions, this is good, very good, but this is a good sign of curiosity that I highlight before. This is a good sign of creativity. People who have good creativity could give a very critical thinking or critical questions like this. I suggest to Valentino to grow up, try to explore the answer and not stand only for my answers, because in the reality, to be honest, I would say in our higher educational context in Indonesia, there's no balance, to be honest. There's no balance between theoretical and application life. Somehow the academia live in our bubble world, and the society in the separate world. But nowadays I see that the researchers try to combine it. We start to combine it now, but maybe not in the good in the balanced way. But yeah, this is also good signs for you also, Valentino, to make a balance between theoretical and the practice in the society. Yeah. Maybe that's my response.
Yeah, Miss Friandry, maybe we can take a little discussion about this. So I just wrap maybe 4 questions from our participants. So what do you think? I think in my mind, I think we must normalize conversation about mental health in classrooms, policies in universities, or maybe we can call senator the senator of university or institution senators and leadership. So when leaders openly discussion, or when we call in Indonesian context rapat kerja, or whether in branch faculty or in the main faculties, or until the institution leaders. So we can openly discuss this issue. And maybe in IAKN Kupang, Christian State Institute of Kupang, already do, or in the process, going in the process about mentality agents. Maybe it's they called by the lecturer, maybe in the students answers to join together and make or and do something related with the mental health. So what do you think? What strategy? What the main strategies, or the golden strategies that we can actively do in practical way as a member of universities to promote the calling of hope, the new language of hope in mental health and in the life of universities. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you please give your suggestion?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I will give a good suggestion, but I will try. So the second questions he want Valentino, they still discuss about Valentino question, is he highlight about dialogue and conversations in university context. So I think it is very important. Like Pak Heski mentioned, it could be in the formal discussion, like in the meetings, but it also could be in the informal situations. The good signs for me, I prefer my perspective. If one university already open up in their informal situation talking about this, that's a good signs, actually, because they already talk in the formal and then in informal also. But if in the formal situation or formal meeting we don't discuss about this, then maybe in the informal situation there's limited discussion about this. And it is very important, like I mentioned before, my experience in here, even in the lunchtime, we open up about our mental conditions. So if we want to really have a productive dialogue, the question is it we ready to be open up about our situation, about our mental health? Because this is need also transparency and open up from the victim, from everyone. So the dialogue will not be happen, the conversations will not be happen if the victims is not ready to open, or we as a faculty or maybe as the students, we want to speak up about, we are now, for examples I mentioned, like I'm lack of sleep quality right now. And this is the truth because I prepare for this, get lack of sleep, and it could be impact my mental health, as simple as that. Or maybe in the lunchtime, or maybe in your chat group, you can say like, today I have anxiety, today I have worries about this, I worry about 1, 2, 3, everything. You can open up about this. When every one of us ready to be open, and then we could have dialogue. But if everyone tend to be close, and then the dialogue will not happen. So it's will be come back toward us, like help seeking. We want to asking for help or not. If we tend to be shy people, we tend to be close people, and then the dialogue will not happen. In here, even the introvert person, somehow we say like, I'm introvert, I'm too shy, I cannot speak up. In here, for the introvert, even for the introvert, they bravely speak up that they're not in the good conditions, they're in the pressures, they're in the stressful situations. It's normal. But in Indonesia, it's like it's still considered not normal to speak about that. So it start from ourselves. It start from Valentino also. Do you want to open about that? Do you and the question is, if everyone is ready to be open, the university is ready, is it ready to be a safe place or not, to protect the stories? Because this is very personal and a personal story and experience. So how we, like I mentioned before in the definitions, how university protects the stories.
Yeah.
Because in Indonesia we like gossiping, and that's a bad habit actually. We hear people problems and then we gossiping to others. That's why people don't believe and people don't want to open up about their problems, because we don't feel safe. So it is, everyone needs to work on this.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Friandry. I think it's crucial because when we look up from the report of the Ministry of Health, especially for East Nusa Tenggara Province condition in we call riset dasar kesehatan or medical or health research basic about mental health in East Nusa Tenggara Province. We are in the maybe we are in the three place of the high risk about mental health. So
Yeah.
I think it's important to fostering collaboration when we talk together or we discuss together. Even though we as a lecturer we bring this conversation into our classroom or in our subject when we teach. So
Yeah. Yeah, for examples like we could be normalize something like this.
yeah.
When we teach, we could be open up to our students. We should give examples. We could be the
Yeah.
good role models. We should say like, today I'm in not good conditions.
Yeah.
Today I have problem with my family, so maybe I cannot teach you very well. Just open up about this. That's a simple examples, I think, that could be applied.
Yep, vulnerable. It's okay it's okay to be not okay. So
Yeah,
when
yeah.
we open up our vulnerable to the people or to the person we know or we consider as ourselves to get the help. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to add a little bit. Lecturers and faculty are not angels, are not gods. We're still human, and human have weakness also. Somehow, because of this like burden toward lecturers, we have to be perfect in everything. We so that we're good in everything, but at the same time, we show a bad mental health
Yes.
examples to our students.
Yeah.
We tend to be like a perfect person, and our students learn that from us. So when we don't want to open about our vulnerability and how our students could be learned. So yeah, I think faculty have power in this.
Okay, Ms. Friandry, we are moving forward to the last question. Yosina from IAKN Kupang. She asked about how can we shift the perception within the academic community that talking about depression or anxiety is not a sign of weakness I think it's related with
Yeah.
when we call embracing vulnerability, but instead the first step toward healing.
Yeah. I think we already mentioned about this a little
Yeah.
bit in the previous questions. This is a good question actually, Yosina. So yeah, like I mentioned before, how we open about our weakness, and we're human. I mean, somehow, yeah, I think spiritual somehow impact us to be like a perfect person. That's why in the previous I said spiritual or religion could be a good tools, but also bad tools. Why it could be bad? Because somehow it makes us, the problem is in us, not in the religion actually, how we perceive that we should be like a perfect, we should be like an angel, we should be like good in everything. But actually realizing and admitting that we are human, we are sinners, have a lot of disabilities also. We are not superheroes. I think that's the reality. Somehow we don't want to admit that. So actually it's normal to say, I'm not in a good mood right now, I'm in a bad mood right now. Just as simple as that, open like that. Or maybe just simply say, I'm worried before these presentations. I'm worried before starting this class. I'm worried to do the exam. Like, just open up about this actually. But maybe culture also impact on this. Why our education or higher educations tend to be not open about, not embrace enough our vulnerability. Yeah, because our culture, our academic culture still see like before about competitiveness also. We want to show that I'm good, I'm perfect. So and our culture, yeah, it's maybe our culture, and it's really big homework and extra work to work with our culture actually.
Okay, Ms. Friandry, so wrap your answers from the first question until the last. I think vulnerable is the part of the calling of hope. So we have to open up to the people. We have to embrace vulnerable together as a community. Yep. Thank you, Ms. Friandry. As we approach the conclusion of this session, we kindly invite Ms. Friandry to share a closing remark, highlighting the key insight for us to take away.
Okay, for the closing statement, I think I will share one slides I already prepare. I want to show this metaphor or this analogy or this parable about parable of the weeds or weeds and weeds, perumpamaan gandum dan ilalang. I got this from the Campbell book that I mentioned before. When to reach hope and creativity, we should realize that we as a seed, we live between weeds also. We in the process of we want to be a blooming person, we in the middle or in between with doom or the bad situation also. We should realizing this so we could have like very mature, hopeful perspective. Somehow our thinking about hope is delete the problem. That's wrong. That's totally wrong. we should admit that we should live together with the problems. And how we keep growing together. So ilalang still grow up. You can grow up, but I, as a gandum, as a wheat, we also grow. That's why the previous slide I saw, choose your curiosity. That's a good sign. What make you curious? If you're curious about something, choose the good one, choose the positive one, because today's right now there's a lot of trash informations. We should really filter what a good inputs, what a good good informations to grow up, to watering us to be to be bloom somehow someday. So that's all from me. I hope this is helpful.
Yep. Our most profound appreciation goes to Ms. Friandry for sharing such valuable insight and to all participants for engaging in this meaningful dialogue. So, participants, could you please to give your react to Ms. Friandry, appreciate what she get for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all and the
Thank you, Ms.
reactions and the
Friandry.
participation.
Sukses studi S3-nya. Ya.
Amin.
Amin. Ya. Okay, dear participants, allow me to wrap maybe it's this sixth session from our distinguished speakers from day one to day two. So I look fond about this statement. Look forward in this beautiful nation, find out new consciousness and new language so that we can be the agent of hope, so that we can be the part of the voice to the voiceless. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your heart fully to join the first international conference. So we will now conclude this session and pass the program back to our Master of Ceremonies to guide us forward. Ma'am Yusmina.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Hes, for guiding us for today's meeting. And we will move to closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now to the final session of the First International Conference on Social Science and Religious Studies 2025. To formally conclude this today event, we would like to proceed with the following agenda. At this time, we respectfully invite Ms. Sanche Tameon, MPDK, representing the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science and Christian Religion, to deliver the closing remarks and official declare this conference closed.
Thank you, Miss Yusmina. Praise and gratitude to God Almighty, for it is by His grace that we have successfully come to the end of the Second International of Social Science and Religious Study. On behalf of the organization committee, we would like to extend our heartfelt expression to all keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and our moderator. Thank you very much for you contribute to success this event. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged to meaningful discussion exchange valuable insight and explore diverse participants on critical issue within social science and religious study, especially in uncertainty hope. We hope that the spirit of collaboration and academic exchange fostered during this conference will continue beyond today, inspiring future research, dialogue, and cooperation in addressing the complex challenge faced by our global society. Thank you again for your active participation and commitment. We wish you all of success in your perspective fields. With that, the first international conference of social science in religious study 2025 is officially closed. Thank you for everything. God bless you all, and see you next again at our next conference. God bless you all, and I give back to Miss Yasmina.
Thank you, Ms. Sanche, for your thoughtful message and for official closing for this event. As an expression of our gratitude for God's, we will now join in closing prayer. Ibu Iren will lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Ibu Yasmina. Before we end our conference, let's pray together. Dear Lord Jesus, we come before you with hearts full of gratitude for your grace and guidance throughout this international seminar. We thank you for every session we've attended, every discussion we've had, and every new insight we've gained. We acknowledge that in this world, uncertainty is a part of our journey. Yet through this seminar, you have reminded us that in the midst of uncertainty, there is a firm hope found in Jesus Christ. We have learned that this hope is not an empty wish, but a steadfast confidence built upon your promises that never fail. Oh Father, we ask that you bless all speakers, committee, moderator, and all participants. May what we have learned today not just be knowledge, but may it also inspire us to take action and be a blessing to others. Help us to carry this hope into our families, communities, and workplace, so that we can be agents of change who bring your light in the midst of darkness. We surrender all the outcomes and follow-up action from this seminar into your hands. May all that we do only be for the glory of your name. Thank you, Father, for your unending faithfulness. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Terima kasih Ibu Iren for leading us in prayer. Before we officially part ways, let us capture this moment. Kindly turn on your cameras for all participants. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. On behalf of the committee, we express our deepest gratitude to all speakers, moderator, participant, partners, and everyone who contribute to the success of this conference. May the insight, knowledge, and networks we have built over these 2 days bring inspiration and blessing to all of us. Salam, thank you, and good afternoon for all of us. Have a wonderful day. We look forward to meeting you again in the future. Thank you.